Check. Audio check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Audio check. 4, 5, 6, 7. RoboNation.org. Audio sounds good.
Radio is on. Yes. Good afternoon, RoboSub. This is Travis, and we are coming to you live from the Transdeck Pool at Nywick Pacific here in San Diego. So we are very excited to bring you the live stream of the finals for the 2023 RoboSub. Big thank you to RoboNation, to the Office of Naval Research, and of course Nywick Pacific for coming together to put this fantastic event on. We have got 34 teams that have been competing across this week to test the skills of their vehicle, and now we're in the home stretch. We've got finals. The highly anticipated finals is about to kick off, and who's joining me on the mic right now but none other than the CEO of RoboNation, Daryl Davidson. You want to say hi, Daryl?
Hi, Daryl.
Yeah, perfect. So I think that we'll probably pass it back and forth. Yeah. We've got 6 teams that have made the finals yesterday and the day before. Now we have a few more that have joined for the final card spot. And of course, this is just the 2023 RoboSub. But can you tell us a little bit about the historic nature of this event and the significance of this competition?
Yeah, it's interesting because we've got 26 years of RoboSub that a lot of people don't know. Obviously, the majority of students here weren't born when we started doing RoboSub, which makes a lot of us feel old. But it speaks to the history and the persistence of a program like this, and then the value of what the industry, the Navy, Nywick, what the organizations that have continued to invest in this get out of RoboSub. And so without really boringly recreating 26 years of history, I think it's safe enough to say that RoboSub started in 1998. We discovered and moved to Transdeck, to this facility, in 2002, and we just found this place, and it's like, okay, we never want to leave. It's the perfect venue. It's a great body of water. It's a very unique body of water, which you can speak to, and it's in a wonderful location where the weather's always perfect. So it's a tribute, and we've luckily have recovered from a 2-year break during COVID, and we're seeing the numbers increase back to what they had been previously when we had something in the mid-50s in terms of teams and participation. So we'll be back there pretty quickly. But this year has been phenomenal. The teams have all been very competitive. It's been equal. The fact that we had so many teams that hit the threshold for the 2 wildcard slots, and I think we had 5 teams or 6 teams that qualified for that, So it speaks to parity, it speaks to the capabilities, the research, and really just simply the depth of knowledge that so many students here bring to the equation.
It's fantastic, Darryl. And so, you touched on a couple of key points here, but before we continue talking about the competition and how creative, how inclusive these teams are, can we speak about, why don't you tell us what RoboNation is?
Happy to do that too. RoboNation is a nonprofit organization, and we create and run and manage educational programs. RoboSub is only one of those. We have other programs that deal in the aerial, we do autonomy events in the aerial domain, ground vehicles, surface maritime, i.e. boats, and submarines. And so we have a range of programs that happen every year. And then we also have some other feeder programs that start down at the K through 12 level, like Sea Perch, which is the most widely known program that we have. And the bottom line with all of those is that we want to create hands-on programs that get students of all ages interested and involved and engaged with robotics and with autonomy. And then we hope that they will continue down an academic path that will prepare them for careers and jobs in the broad robotic world, because automation, autonomy, and robotics are going to factor into almost every industry. And our slogan is build a bot and change the world. And we do believe that students that go through any of our programs are going to come away from that with the skill set and the experience to be inspired to go off and understand that they can change the world. It may not be through something specifically robotics related, but they've got the knowledge and the expertise to do great things. And we've seen that for the last 25 years.
Fantastic. Freight train coming through. So, one of the most special parts of this week's competition is that the Vice Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Franchetti, as well as Admiral Rothenhaus, the Chief of Naval Research, came through, Ms. Sandy Landsberg, and were able to come and explore what RoboSub means, how important it is to NIWC Pacific. For us, it's an opportunity to engage with the next generation, help. Some of these challenges are direct representations of what the warfighter is going to see, and solutions that we're going to need to create in the coming months and years. And so it was so wonderful seeing the group and seeing her walk around and interact with the teams, just asking about the vehicles and seeing what creative solutions they were able to bring to this challenge. And so it means so much to NIWC Pacific that we were able to get somebody in our leadership and, the lead of our leadership coming through to look at how innovative this competition is. So what does it mean to RoboNation?
We were honored. We were honored when the request came about. We were honored when we found out that we were being even considered for a visit, because people at the VCNO's level, at CNR's level, those people have so many demands and requirements on their time and on their schedule. And so for both of those individuals to fly to the West Coast, not just for RoboSub, but for a couple of other things, but to include this in a very busy schedule was a huge, I would call it an endorsement, or at least an acknowledgement, probably is the better word, of what this program is all about, what NIWC has done, and what you guys have been able to capture over the years through hiring students, through the exposure, through the collaboration of the teams and your young professionals, people that have gone on and continue to make a difference in the NIWC command, in the NIWC organization broadly, and in the Navy. We've got a long list of people that have gone through our programs and are working directly for the Navy or for Navy-related industries and companies. And they're doing fantastic things, not to mention those that have also done startup companies and have spun up things like that. And so that was one of the things that Admiral Franchetti really engaged with were the students, and pinpointing and asking questions about what they've done. And it was just exciting to see her excitement. And then having CNR out here as well was would have been a huge standalone activity, much less having CNR and BCNO. So we were thrilled and honored.
Yeah, I like the point that you made about the, we're excited to see the excitement. I think that everybody, there's such an energy and such a culture to this competition where, it's been referred to as the cooperation, and we see it, all week long. There's story after story after story of team helping out another team because their power board goes out, or, they're having a little bit of difficulty with one piece of the puzzle, and some team they'll shed a few members and go and help them out. But I think that we are actually about to see our first finals team get into the water. So Daryl, thank you for the wisdom and the perspective.
You've had such a huge role in this, so this is my public opportunity to thank you and the entire NIWIC team for the phenomenal support that we've had. And you're talking about this event in a little bit of a third person, but before this webcast is over, I think you've got some personal stories to tell from your years as a competitor, so don't let that escape.
A little bit of foreshadowing, I think. All right. Thank you so much, and welcome to the table. I'm here with a gentleman from IIT Bombay. And would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Kaustubh, and I'm from IIT Bombay.
Yeah.
And I deal with the electronics of the team.
Okay, fantastic. So, all right. So first and foremost, I guess, yeah. So, it's always now we're at the critical part, right? Like the vehicle is about to go and make its final run, but this is really the final. In some ways, it's finals, right? But so much work has gone into this behind the scenes from your team, just getting here from India. Can you speak a little bit about some of the challenges that you had to overcome in making it to this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really tough year when we speak about coming all the way from India to San Diego preparing for this. But at the same time, we look at these challenges as an opportunity, to come and showcase whatever we have done over the previous years to the world. And again, as a team, we think of it as a great opportunity. Qualifying for the finals, again, is a great opportunity. So whatever be the result of this final run, ultimately, as a team, we have a long way to go and a long way to learn. So that's what we're looking for today.
Very well spoken. Thank you. So as the vehicle gets prepared on the dock, why don't you tell us a little bit about your strategy and what challenge elements you're planning to go after?
Okay, so the first thing that we're trying to do is the gate with all the points. So whether it be the coin flip, whether doing all the style points for the gate, and the constant heading, that is what we're looking for first. We would like to also try the buoy. Depending on what side we go through the gate, using vision, hit the two correct sides of the buoy. And then also try to use the random finger task, try to complete the random finger task, and in the end, try to surface to the octagon as well. Okay. So that's what we're trying to do today.
So, fantastic. Really going after a lot of points, which is you got to leave it all on the line. Now, there's so many different technical pieces to completing this challenge course. There's the perception aspect. There's the acoustic navigation aspect, underwater manipulation, localization. Is there any algorithm from your team or any hardware solution that you guys are just so proud of and want to take a moment to discuss?
I mean, it would be pretty unfair to just pinpoint at any one place of a vehicle. Trying to build a vehicle in itself over a year's time is a great challenge in itself. So as of now, I would not like to focus on any one particular aspect of a vehicle. For getting to the finals, Your vehicle should be all round. It should be complete from all aspects. You cannot just pinpoint. Yes, I'm pretty much, happy with how our thrusters and our controller is working. Even though we expected our localization to be a bit off, looking at the shape of the trans deck pools. But since the our DVL and our controller is working well, if I had to pinpoint one thing, I would say this is something that we're really proud of as a team. Yeah.
That's a very diplomatic answer. I think maybe career in management or maybe politics could be in your future, but no, it's these are a team effort, and I think that's what you're highlighting right now. And so, how has this experience added to your engineering education?
Again, what we do in the classroom or what we do back in our institute, back in our university, in our own swimming pool, is a very small simulation of what happens here. When we come here, like this is my first time coming to Transdeck, my first time competing at RoboSub, it gives you an entire perspective of, how actual life conditions challenge you. So when you're back home and you look at the streams of RoboSub when you're back home, you feel like, why aren't the teams doing this task? Why aren't you doing this task? But when you come here, you realize how difficult each challenge is. So that is something, it gives you a new perspective of looking at engineering challenges. It gives us a new perspective of solving problems. And I think that is what, as a team, we take back home this year and look to improve and come back next year.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. I think, 80-20 rule is just historic across so many different spaces. And I think maybe it's even a little bit more extreme with this, where the piecing together those last details, that's the difference between, having a great run and a great event, and building on all of those systems engineering practices and principles that you're speaking about, and maybe making it to finals like you guys are today. So congratulations on a job well done so far. So I think that, a little bit, I want to keep the focus on you guys, but this has a very special place in my heart. I'm a previous competitor, and I competed in a number of RoboBoat competitions and a couple of robotics competitions, and throughout that, it really did such a good job of setting me up for the career that I'm in now, being able to engage with a different team of creative individuals, being able to develop networks and just know that that we're not alone in trying to solve these hard problems. So for me, when I found these competitions, I said, okay, I want to work with robots. And it really drove that point home. So what do you think is in the future for you? Okay, and we're actually going to take a brief pause. We're going to take a look at your team video coming up right now. So we'll cut the mic and kick the audio over to IIT Bombay's team video.
Our journey began in 2011 when enthusiastic students came together to realize a vision to stand at the forefront of technological innovation in the country by making our mark in the niche domain of underwater robotics. We believe in embracing challenges and turning them into opportunities for growth. Throughout the years, we have grown immensely. We have developed advanced algorithms to further our vehicles' capabilities and developed in-house techniques to make our vehicles more cost-effective. We have also worked with industry professionals on multiple occasions to deliver solutions to critical problems in the industry.
But it's not just about building impressive vehicles. Our philosophy goes beyond that. We strive to nurture a scientific temperament in the student community. And through our various sessions, workshops, and outreach activities, we've helped spark curiosity about STEM fields in the hearts of young minds.
The team consists of students and mentors from multidisciplinary streams, right from the first year to the final year of engineering. The team is divided into 4 well-knit groups, which are mechanical, electrical, software, and business subdivisions.
The electrical subdivision has its expertise in electronics, sensor integration, and communication systems. We ensure Matsya's smooth running and real-time signal processing. Our state-of-the-art BMS provides optimal battery health. The electrical architecture consists of 4 custom PCBs which interface multiple sensors with the onboard computer.
The software subdivision puts the A in AUV. We develop and maintain software subsystems that drive Matsya with a focus on controls, navigation, mission planning, and vision, among others. Our expertise enables Matsya to perceive its surroundings, make intelligent decisions, and execute tasks to perfection.
We handle Matsya's robust and efficient structure. With expertise in design, fabrication, material selection, waterproofing, and endless cylinders on ANSYS, the mechanical subdivision ensures our AUV withstands the demanding environment.
We are the face of the team. The business subdivision is responsible for design, marketing, media, public relations, and web. We bring sponsorships, industrial collaborations, and connect the team's internal workings with the outside world. We also conduct outreach events to develop scientific awareness among young minds and showcase our team's prowess at various expos across the country.
Each year after rigorous screening, we welcome a new set of freshmen eager to dive into the world of AUVs into our family. We believe in the power of mentorship and collaboration, and so our
All right, so late breaking news coming back from the video, which did look fantastic. The finals run is underway. It looks like the vehicle has made it through the right side of the gate and is now
performing styles.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, why don't you go ahead and narrate for us?
Okay, so what we are trying to do is perform 8 90-degree yaw rotations. So I think that gets us the full points for performing the style. Yeah. And I think it has almost completed 1 rotation here. So far so good for us.
Looks like there it is. That's
1 rotation. Great, that's
Very
2 rotations,
cool.
So we have...
Very cool. 2 rotations there, and now what we can see is our live view from our diver cam. We have our follow cam of your vehicle as do you have a name for your vehicle?
Okay, so we call our vehicle Matsya. So Matsya is the Sanskrit for the word fish. So if for people who do not know, Sanskrit is the language from which Hindi was derived from. So that's what we say. We call it Matsya, fish. It's Matsya 6 in underwater right now for the first time in transect.
Matsya, well underway, and now on its way to interact with some of our glyphs. So what we should be seeing is the vehicle is going to try to show us that it's seen some of those glyphs, but now has it missed the glyph, or is it moving on to a different part of the course?
I think it should start scanning for the glyph somewhere now.
Yeah.
And I think this is where vision takes over, and since we've passed to the right side of the gate, it should be trying to get the Abydos thing. That's from what we were looking at. But yeah, I think now this is where the scanning motion of a vehicle should start to happen.
Yeah. Fantastic. And yeah, underwater vehicle, autonomous vehicle. And so what, of course, that means is that you and I both are going to find out what it's going to do in real time together. And it looks like it's trying to make its way back. Maybe it's... There we go. Now, while it's zeroing in on its location, I'll take the moment to just speak about some of the support that we have here. We have our underwater photographer, Rich Arietta. We have a whole team of NIWC divers. We have divers from across different groups and centers. The Coast Guard came out to help. We have reservists from NAVWAR, that have helped put the vehicles in and out of the water every day. And they have really, those groups, I've been talking to them, and I think that they're the spine of this competition because they're really the ones that just keep it safe, keep our operations safe, keep our students safe, and keep the vehicles safe while this event goes underway. It looked like the fish was close to finding the placard and interacting with some of those Abydos signals, and now we're all here biting our nails to see if it'll zero in on it and get over there. And so while the video was playing, I did notice you guys had some of those nice big RoboNation checks hanging on your lab back home. So can you tell us about, have you been on a team in the past? Is this your first time, or what's your experience with year-over-year success?
Okay, so if I talk on a personal level, with the team I've been associated for almost three and a half years.
Yeah.
And even though the first starting period was under COVID, from what we hear from our seniors who've been here, from our alumni who have graduated, we hear that RoboSub is like, the peak competition where we can come in and where we can compete. I'm really glad to say we have one of our alums from 2019 come here and support us today. As a team, it helps us a lot. It gives us the required motivation and the support that we need to come here and compete. Talking about the big checks that we have been very consistent for the past 10 years coming to RoboSub. And I think one of the checks that you may have seen from the video were that from 2016, where I think we finished second. So that is what we keep as our benchmark and what we hope to replicate and maybe even better one day. Yeah. So that's what, you see that in the videos. Again, the result is always not important. If you focus on another aspect of the video, we had small children come in, we had other awareness sessions, and that as a team is what I feel is our legacy, where we strive to make, try to make people aware about underwater robotics, try to get them interested, try to help them out in, getting interested in robotics. And that I feel is, much more significant, much more important rather than just, trying to hit a buoy or trying to hit a zack.
It's a beautiful sentiment. It's looks like there is some movement. Still repositioning. Maybe it's getting into alignment. Looks like maybe it's done a full scan.
Yeah, I think it's completed a full scan, and that is what we're looking at. Maybe let's move on to the next task now.
Okay, so moving on to the next one, and now it'll, is it going to make its way to the octagon, or is it going to go to the torpedoes? Which one do you guys have it going to next?
We have tried to implement the random pinger, so I hope it's going on to do the random pinger next. Yeah. Well, obviously I was sitting here, so I do not know which side the random pinger is, but I hope it's going towards the random pinger.
It's a good point. And just to circle back to what you were saying previously, where the results aren't always the objective. And I think that it kind of reminds me of one of NIWC Pacific's core values, just being honor bound. And it's, there are things that are bigger than just the outcomes. And I think that it's such a young age to see you and your team exemplifying that. Okay, so it looks like the vehicle has surfaced. So that will be the end of this run, and now I think your team will have a decision to make. So they're gonna bring it on. They're gonna bring it on back, and the decision is just gonna be to start it back up and keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think how much time do we have?
10 minutes remaining. Yeah. So we've got that. We've got our dive crew bringing that vehicle back. What a tight operation this is. It's so cool seeing, the person and the machine.
Yeah, obviously, there's a big thank you to the divers as well. They've been of great help, across the 3 or 4 days of practice as well. Helping us, give us the heading of the vehicle, trying to, even there, I feel they're a very major part of this competition as well. So again, a big thank you to all the divers who've been a part of our runs.
So teamwork is so important to these competitions, and as we've discussed, there's just so many different parts to it. And so from back home, how are you organizing? How have you guys collaborated and worked together as a team in order to get here today?
So again, like if you see a basic outlook of a team, we are briefly divided into 4 subdivisions: mech, elect, software, and as well a business subdivision. So it's not as if I'm from the elect subdivision, I'm just restricted to doing electrical, electronics, and other coding or stuff. I have my own, we have our own interdisciplinary approaches as well. So we collaborate with software subdivisions as well. We collaborate with the mechanical subdivision as well. So in a way, everyone has to do everything for us to come here, right? There's no one person doing only one job here. And again, we're a team of 50. Back home, we're a team of 50.
How many came?
Only 6 of us could come here this time.
Yeah.
But I'm sure back home 44 people are right now glued to their screens trying to look at our run.
Yeah.
And a big shout out to all of them as well. Without them, we wouldn't be coming here.
Yeah.
So big shout out to those 44 there back home, who worked very hard on the vehicle across the summer. So teamwork has been very important, and it goes without saying, without teamwork, none of the teams would be here. Yeah. And I could not, over-exert on that point or exemplify that point any further.
So now, as your team is resetting and going over for another run, it kind of highlights that these slots are unpredictable, and your vehicles need to be adaptive. Your team needs to be adaptive. And so how do you guys handle some of these encounters? And I guess before that, actually, when you're doing these runs in the final, I mean, you were able to do a couple of maneuvers, certainly. Are you changing anything in between runs, or is it just, hey, we did that run, now let's do it again?
Okay, so if I were to speak only of the previous run, you could see that maybe the vehicle did not actually detect that thing very well. So I think that is something that we look into after every run. We check the logs of a vehicle, we check what sometimes some piece of code gives a small bug which needs to be fixed. So I'm sure those guys there with their laptops on have those guys with their laptops on have those that piece of code ready for us to now move forward. Again, it is not something that we change run by run. We generally try to keep, once we're fixed with something, try to be consistent and stable with that. But I think there's some bit of fine-tuning needing there over the buoy, and I'm sure these guys would be able to do it right now. Yeah.
No changing on the fly. Okay. The fish is off. And let's see if it'll go back through that gate. Steaming ahead, back through Abydos. And confirmed by the diver through Abydos. Now let's see if we can get those 4 90-degree turns, or the 8 90-degree turns, correct me. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I told him I wouldn't. So, I think that right now you and I were sitting underneath this nice sunshade, but I can kind of start to feel and tell that looks like the sun might be peeking out. For those that haven't, spent a long time in San Diego or haven't spent any time out here, they might not know about what we call the marine layer. And so a lot of times in the mornings and the afternoons, we have this cloud cover that comes in, and it might not burn off until 2 o'clock in the afternoon if it does at all. So can you speak a little bit about how your vehicle, about what impact that's had on your team and how your vehicle overcomes it?
So I think we would like to have the sun as bright as possible because it's obviously dark in there. We want the light conditions to be as bright as possible so that again, detecting that buoy should not be that difficult then. Again, speaking on a personal level, we come from Mumbai. The Mumbai weather is pretty much worse than this. Yeah. So we have our jackets on even though it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Yep. In Mumbai that's not possible. 12 o'clock in the afternoon you cannot have your jackets on. So I don't think on a personal level from the team side the weather has been very pleasant, I would say, from the past 3 weeks of our stay here. For the vehicle I would want as much as sun that could burn down underwater. Obviously when it's in the air we do not want it to overheat. Yeah. So that's what covers the vehicle. Again, we're going for the buoy. We hope now the vision takes over.
Looks like it's over a little bit on the right side, but I am seeing some heading movement.
Yeah, that's where the scanning motion takes place. We hope that it detects. Is it very close to the wall? Okay. Okay.
A command decision has been made to kill the vehicle and bring it back. Can we get a time check? We got 3 minutes on the clock. And so now there's going to be a response, and we see our diver underway, bringing the vehicle back in hopes of getting one more run in the books for you guys.
So again, thanks to the diver, I think he saved a bit of time for us. Even though if you have 2.5 minutes, I think now is a good time for us to change the strategy. I think we wasted a lot of time on the buoy. I hope my teammates are listening to this. I'm speaking for them. Yep. I think it's now time to go gate, octagon, and get the best out of this run.
Little creative use of the PA system, I think. Hey, but no, I like it. Yeah, passing that message along. And we've been speaking about all of the logistics involved in this event and what a systems engineering challenge it is, and all of those types of problems that you have to overcome. But one of the straightforward ones, how'd you get your vehicle here today?
Okay, so from India we ship the vehicle. We ship it by air. So we are thankful for our sponsors for helping us with these logistics. And obviously we're thankful to IIT Bombay as an institute for helping us, get the customs cleared, helping us come here as a team. So our sponsors and our institute, I think they help us a lot in dealing with these logistics. I'm really thankful for them for giving us this opportunity to be here, for me to be sitting with you. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors. And that's how we ship a vehicle to San Diego. Yeah.
We've got the 1 minute warning from the technical director, Dave Mann. Let's see if you guys were able to get off the dock in these final moments. We see some movement in the water there. And I think it's down and perhaps underway. All right, we're back to this beautiful split screen. Let's see the diver view.
Okay, it's right through the gate.
Really got that gate dialed in.
I think again this is where our vision really helps us. I don't think the gate was ever a problem, considering the vision.
And so there's more than one way to go after some of these challenges. And so are you going through the gate with your vision system? You're detecting it?
Okay, so I'll be very honest. The gate is very close to the dock, and that is something that we can manually, set point that thing. And again, obviously, we use our vision for detecting which side to go through and hit that buoy on the correct side. So the coordinates are manually mapped with us. If you have seen us over the past few days, we've been trying to find those coordinates, as with the other teams have been doing. So yeah, that's how we do the gate. Again, the vision part kicks in for the buoy, and that's what we're looking for right now.
Dead Reckoning has worked for a long, long time, and it will certainly continue to work in the future, and especially now that you're adding some of these next generation technologies to that decision-making tree. I think that we are just about out of time. They have called time, but it was a great run. And just speaking from a prior competitor to a current one, you and your team should be fantastically proud of what you've done. We're able to get some points on the board, and we thank you so much for coming out to RoboSub.
Again, in the end, I would just like to thank RoboNation for having this competition, for having us over. It's been a pleasant experience. Even though we planned to do a lot of stuff in the final run, it didn't go to plan, but that's okay. That's where we learn. So again, a big thank you to RoboNation and a big thank you to RoboSub. And I'm looking forward to be back here next year.
We look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
We're starting.
Oh shoot. Hi, we're Team Inspiration, a fourth-year RoboSub team consisting of 20 members ranging from high school to college. And we are so excited to be competing back where it all started 4 years ago in sunny San Diego. Oh wait, that's not right. That's better.
We utilize 2 subs to maximize the possibility of earning points and to take advantage of the extended competition runtime. If only one sub surfaces, our time will not be stopped as the other one stays running.
Yo, Jerry!
Yeah.
The team prioritized systems-level thinking and concentrated on scheduling, cost, and performance through frequent team status updates and sub-team integration meetings. These allowed us to consider the necessity and liability of individual software, hardware, and electrical tasks and consider their impact on the overall sub in terms of thermal, space, and other factors while still focusing on critical requirements.
Gray, our vehicle from 2020 served as a powerful test platform for a new software architecture by mimicking Onyx's qualities, such as thruster configuration and size. This allowed us to develop our software quickly and seamlessly transition towards our new competition vehicle.
The electrical team designed a custom PCB to optimize space management by grouping all power supplies together and to enable live battery hot swapping for extended testing and runtime. In addition, the smart controller allows the board to access the switch and intelligently communicate battery and power data to our high-level controller.
Our custom hydrophone system can support 3 external hydrophones for vehicle triangulation against underwater pingers. By implementing independent hardware filtering, we also remove the need for intensive software processing.
This year, we had a massive perception overhaul based off our experience from RobotX. We were able to explore new avenues such as cascade classifiers, machine learning, and motion tracking. From this, we were able to develop an accurate station keeping method and basic navigation, all through the use of just cameras. We also used the data sharing committee's footage for our development and testing process.
I think we should do pre-planned missions 1, 3, and 5.
Like, what would you say to go sequential?
I would just say keep it dynamic.
Yeah, definitely keep it dynamic.
This season, we worked with many professional mentors. For example, we worked closely with mentors from Kinotics to learn in-depth about underwater communication and help a professional.
We have consistently participated in various outreaches, such as teaching at USD or attending conferences, such as the Oceans Conference.
We'd like to give a big thanks to our generous sponsors who have given us great donations, and we'd also like to thank them for supporting us with our 4 pillars: to learn, to share, to innovate, and to inspire. All right, guys, time for a team picture.
Okay, welcome back to our next competition team. So, Colin, here from Team Inspiration, would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Colin Cito. I'm a third-year mechanical engineering UCSD student. I've been on the team for many years now, and the last time we were at sunny San Diego Transdeck was in 2019. So I was in high school. My team lead was in middle school, and since then, fast forward 4 years after this little COVID thing, now I'm in college and he's running the team in high school. So it's been cool to see the team to grow, and I'm glad I'm up here talking with you, Travis, today.
Yeah, very cool. Happy to have you, and certainly don't have any favorites out here, but it's always nice to see one of the local teams placed in the finals today. So. One of the things that one of my teams always spoke about was the difference between possibility and actuality, right? These competitions are where, normally I'd say where the rubber meets the road, but here we'll say it's where the propellers meet the water. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about some of your creative solutions and some of the things that you've had to overcome since you've been on site here today?
Yeah, definitely the size of the pool has been a big aid. We've never tested in a pool deeper or than maybe 12 feet or so. So seeing the full 6 million gallons of water in the 300 by 100 pool has provided unique challenges in depth as well as different lighting conditions as well. It's always glad to see some things don't change, and Murphy's Law never changes. So we've actually got onto course Bravo and got dirt on our external threads, and that shut down an entire semifinals run for us. So definitely the real world conditions has definitely affected our performance this week.
Absolutely. Always interesting when you're getting dirt on your system in an underwater environment, and certainly the only constant is change, is what I think I heard you say in there. So how has this experience, and not just RoboSub 2023 at NIWC and Transdeck, but how have previous RoboSubs impacted your engineering education and your engineering career?
I think definitely the biggest thing is the exposure to the maritime environment. Many people, they see planes, they see cars, it's very tangible, but when someone brings a submarine up into the discussion, it's like, ooh, what's that? So definitely being able to be exposed to the different requirements that you would need within a maritime system has definitely opened up my mind and has allowed me to think about different career options to pursue in the future.
We used to say the rule zero of ocean engineering is everything gets wet, right? And that applied to, the vehicle, it applied to boxes that we thought were going to be sealed, and applied to people sometimes, right? You never know when the sky is going to open up or what's going to happen. And so, being prepared for, to expect the unexpected is fantastic. So along those lines, you mentioned the dirt on the threads. So how'd you guys determine that was an issue, and how'd you overcome that?
Yeah, I think it was a mad rush back to our pit to get some vice grips to try to crack it open. So that was a very visible, tangible process. To resolve that, we actually put a 3D printer, or we redesigned the collar with looser threads to overcome that challenge. So that was a big, oh my gosh, run back to the pit, get the air compressor, get all the tools, and try to get the FOD, if you will, out of the threads.
Yeah, okay. So what are some other, well, we're in the finals now, right?
Finals.
And so it's the big show, and it's all been leading up to this. And I think that RoboNation's culture just really does a good job of trying to keep the pressure off. You know, there's enough, there's enough pressure on you guys already that I'm sure is self-imposed. But what are some of the ways that you have a team have just kind of navigated the lack of sleep that I'm sure you're all getting, 8 to 10 hours a night.
Definitely.
You're all hydrated and not overly caffeinated. But no, so how are you dealing with some of these, just a marathon run at a sprint pace that this competition is?
I think the name of the game is to be mission oriented. The team has understood that they've been working for years, or pretty much a year now, towards this goal, and understanding who is doing what is your role on the team, and how does that support the mission, I think definitely guided our team to stay motivated through this marathon. Additionally, we do take breaks, so we actually preempted yesterday's hot wash or debrief with a pool party. So
Yeah.
jumping in, horse playing a little bit, outside of Transdeck, of course, and just having a great time in general.
As an employee of Naiway Pacific, hearing you speaking about mission-oriented and all these things, I can't give any brownie points. I'm not one of the judges, but all the same, I think it really speaks to the path that I think that RoboNation tries to lay out, which is, hey, we have challenges that young engineers have to solve that are things that our warfighters are encountering out in their environments. And so being able to organize your team in such a way to understand that, hey, there is a mission, there is a focus. I think it's part of what makes, it's part of what has made my transition into government work. I think you'd have to ask my supervisor, but I think it's a pretty seamless one. So along those lines, there is how many members are on your team this year?
Yeah, so currently we have around 13 members.
So let's take a break. Actually, I want to come back to that answer. It looks like your vehicle is underway and making its way to the gates.
Yeah, so this is Gray, one of our 2 subs that we're fielding. Gray will be going through the gate and then doing a beeline to the octagon, because that's a lot of points. Onyx will be on deck, and we'll see that shortly. But as you can see here, Gray is using one of the 2 cameras forward-facing, and we trained machine learning models with the different vision targets.
Okay. And it does look like maybe a little bit of contact with the gate. Okay, and our diver is going down to kill, say again what the Gray? Gray or Cray?
Gray.
Gray, okay, cool.
It's a G-R-A-E-Y because our team couldn't vote between Gray, as in G-R-A-Y, and G-R-E-Y, so porque no los dos.
So you have brought back a core memory for me. Back in my high school years, I had the bright idea of taking Latin as what my foreign language was. And so we had those discussions about how, the different spellings of Gray have different meanings. And I wonder if you'd like to elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think our team just It's been so long ago, actually.
Sure.
A color, we actually renamed or named our subs after the initial colors of the 3D prints. So gray for the color, and then gray as kind of that mindset of that murkiness or unknown as we descend underwater. But since then, we've reprinted everything in all black everything to very visually see when everything is shattering or there's a hairline fracture on different components of our
Not just
RoboSub.
to make MKBHD happy.
No.
No, okay, cool. But yeah, what we always discussed is that the GREY it's ancient Greek, and Athena would be described as the gray lady, and it really speaks to it was about wisdom and about foresight, and so maybe we've got a little bit of that going for you too.
I think definitely that plays into our mission strategy. You'll be seeing gray during the beeline of the mission pivot to utilizing its forward-facing camera to actually detect the DHD model as a little speckle of white in the distance. So that foresight will allow us to align to the octagon and hopefully surface.
Yeah, super cool. So before the vehicle had got underway, we'd started talking about the size of your team. So how many members do you have?
Yeah, so it floats around 13 members. We pull more members as available. Right now we have around 10 high schoolers and a little bit more college students. And that kind of diversity of thought gives us a unique advantage of having that young, creative mindset complement kind of our veteran team members.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we've kind of been thinking about as the all right, so actually, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Gray has dove back below the surface, I believe.
Yeah, and for those online, we have our diver view looking at our second sub, Onyx, and that is characterized by a slightly longer frame and more payloads as well. We have 2 batteries on the bottom side, and those are hot swap capabilities for longer endurance, as well as a modem in the back for inter-sub communication between Gray and Onyx. Notice here that we did choose Onyx, and that was kind of a nod to how we are naming our subs after the colors of the initial 3D print. So Onyx is all black, and it seems like we've gone through the gate.
I would second that observation, and now we see Onyx going after. I'm going to go out on a ledge here and say that you're going to do all 8 90-degree turns.
100%. Yawing is our favorite maneuver.
Yeah.
And you can see here the natural stability of our sub, where our main enclosure is up top and our heavy DVL enclosure and battery tubes are on the bottom. So yawing is one of the most natural ways we can pivot the heading of the sub. We'll be moving on to the buoys, and again, that's utilizing our perception stack of 1 low-light USB camera and 1 OAK-D Pro wide. And that is a camera graciously provided by Luxonics, who integrates cameras with computers, and that enables us to deploy machine learning models onto our camera. Very, very helpful for the glyphs.
Fantastic. So now we're getting some nice communication from our diver in the water, letting us know that your lights are flashing yellow. Can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, so that will either denote that we have received or transmitted a message. We actually installed those LEDs 2 nights ago. So the crunch never stops, but we are as lean and agile as we need to be to absorb as many points as possible during the competition.
So now you discussed, of course, 2 subs, right? I think that we kind of glossed over that. And there's a couple of questions that I want to ask there. But first is when Gray was in the water, he said, okay, go through the gates, beeline to the octagon, maximize points. Now you pull back and now you have Onyx in the water, and it looks like Onyx is going to try to do quite a bit more. And so that strategy piece, can you tell us why you wanted to go with gray for the first run and then pivot to Onyx?
Yeah, so we'll be able to verify our heading as well as our different distances if we run gray first, and then Onyx will be by the gate, and this enables us to pull back gray before it's too far away while leaving Onyx to continue missions. And this, just keeping the proximity of Onyx near the gate, this enables us to stop the competition clock to max or spread out those 20 minutes as long as possible.
No, that's a fantastic strategy. You know, if you're only running with one vehicle, of course you have to, every time you want to change something or run again, you have to wait for that vehicle to get back.
100%.
And to be able to use them in a tandem fashion, very good design.
Yeah, additionally, that supports our development capabilities, as Onyx was started in our minds in January, but we were able to continue to allow the programmers to develop on gray to increase that water time that's oh so necessary to prove out a system.
Mm-hmm.
So big shout out to Noah, who's lying on the dock and positioning our sub. Without him, he has 2 tethers on his pocket, and that is how we hardwire into the subs to send commands in.
You know, I think one of the more interesting aspects of, you know, marine robotics and mobile marine robotics is what field testing really looks like. And a lot of times the folks that, you know, in other disciplines of engineering, there's a lot of time spent in the office. There's a lot of time spent behind a computer. But when you're in robotics, you got to go out and test these things. And so how much time do you think that your vehicles have spent in the water this year?
Yeah, so Gray and Onyx has a little over 60 hours spread across both vehicles. And those 60 hours were spent in our meeting area, garage of our lead coaches in the pool, and then for larger testing we've gone to the Swim and Racket Club in Scripps Ranch for larger testing.
And we do have Onyx, and I'll be honest, I can't tell if it's Onyx or
Right,
gray.
so gray is
gray.
the smaller sub. Onyx, you can kind of see the different sensors poking out of the water, very similar to periscopes. Gray, you can see, is going for the octagon, and big shout out to Al, who's showing us the heading of our sub.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll be, again, pivoting to that mission model, or sorry, that model vision to further localize with the DHD.
2 vehicles. And so what, you know, I think on the stream right now, we're still showing the dock view that has Onyx on the dock, but gray is actually on its way towards the octagon. It made a great line through Abydos, went clear through, and then, as you described it would do, just took off right towards the octagon, and we'll see what happens as it zeroes in on where it needs to be. It's close to the direction, and we might just you might just get a good data point right there for what the next one's going to look like.
100%. So
Diver view is back up now, and we can see the follow cam of gray underway, and we'll see how it's going to look. All right, now we've got the Noble Dave Man coming along with Quackers on shoulder, letting us know that 10 minutes remain in your run, Colin.
Great, so on the dock view, the course view, you can see Noah positioning Onyx for the coin toss mission. And again, because of the proximity of the missions that Onyx will be attempting, we can kind of afford a little bit more drift within Onyx, or the possibility of accumulation of drift.
Okay, and it looks like Onyx is underway, and what a treat this is. We now have both of your vehicles working autonomously. It has, so we're going to be commenting back and forth between the two. It looks like Onyx is looking for the gates and trying to make a decision on which one to go through. I believe that Gray is on its way back. It just slightly missed the octagon, but it's coming back, and you're really testing our logistics end on this side, running these two vehicles in this fashion. So, thanks again to the divers out there for helping keeping these vehicles where they need to be. Onyx is now moving forward. So, we talk about how these are really collaborative environments for inside of the team, outside of the team. But why don't you talk to us about the collaborative environment between your two vehicles?
Yeah, so again, everything focuses on those Delphis Scorefish modems on the back. These are on loan by a local contractor, Alan Kenny from Kinetics, and we are unit testing his systems for him in a maritime environment for inter-sub communication here at Transdeck. It's a unique challenge because it was on loan, we didn't get to pick what frequency it would be transmitting it at, and it's actually the same frequency as the pingers. So that's a unique, ask to other teams to not utilize the hydrophones during their practice runs, as we wanted to get inter-sub communication going. Another logistical challenge is definitely keeping the subs in their different zones. One thing that was talked about within the team is keeping different depths per sub, as airliners do with their jets. But you don't know these things until you actually try, or at least get a very knowledgeable mentor to explain the problems that they've ran into before.
There's a number of topics that I find myself going back to time and time again, but one of the comments through that, and I think somebody heard you didn't have a third sub and they got upset about it. There's this concept of known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and then finally unknown unknowns. And unknown unknowns being so difficult because how do you learn something that you don't even know is not a part of your skill set? And I think what you kind of just touched on is it's a mentor, and to me that's that piece of inclusion where when you can get different people with different mindsets and different backgrounds. Well, the way that I solve my unknown is because it's a known for you. So do you have any, have you had any of those aha moments that you can point to and say, this was a learning opportunity for the team or for you on a personal level?
Yeah. Just recently, we were trying to strip out as much mass and weight on our subs to maximize the bonus that we could get for having a light sub, and after stripping those out, we forgot about our PID for our depth hold. So that was a oh duh moment after we realized, but kind of that, needing to revisit the basics, and I guess now we have it in a process for the future that we can learn from. So we can see Gray now going through the gate, and for those at home, Gray has that nice green pool noodle where our kill switches are. Those were actually an addition that we put on Tuesday for our magnets or our kill switch, which use magnets, and reed switches, which are magnetic limit switches. We move those magnets from our hull or our main tube to outside to try to get more or less compass drift within our sub. So again, staying lean and agile, or as lean as the competition needs us to be to bucket those points.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Tuesday feels like 6 months ago. Yeah, it's regular work week. You have a change that happened 5 days before your test event, and that might be maybe a little bit too close for comfort. But in this event where your team is just firing on all cylinders to solve problems and to just do what's required to make it to finals and beyond. Hours feel like days sometimes. But you guys, seems like the adaptations and the updates that you have made throughout the week have worked out pretty well for you so far.
That's always the hope. There's different competition strategies, and there's definitely a line of wisdom in don't changing your system configuration at all. You got to lock it down and make it solid, but I think that's one of the benefits of autonomous robotics is that there's no pilots on board. The only danger to the sub is itself and no one else, and that kind of touches on the value of robotics of doing those dull, dirty, dangerous tasks and enabling that quick system revision for competition.
Now you guys being a team that has, you said 10 members in high school.
That's correct.
So what message would you give to the next generation that's looking to compete? You started as a high school team, you expand, you have folks in college at UCSD, you still have the common thread between those two groups, and you've been doing this, how many years have you been involved in RoboNation competitions?
Be my 5th year competing.
Be your 5th year, and so for those folks that are looking to get involved in, back at their university watching this and saying, this is cool, I want to build a robotic sub, what advice would you give them?
I definitely say seek your mentors. There are a tremendous amount of marine professionals within different domains, different industries as well. Find that passion, find your passionate people, and just get started. I know for those a little younger, it might seem a little bit daunting, but if those before even college, if you can start your basics with maybe something even simpler, such as Sea Perch or Sea Glide, any other of the RoboNation programs, you can kind of build that familiarity, build that teamwork process, and then once you get to RoboSub in college, you can execute on technically difficult tasks.
Fantastic. I think we're just about at the 1 minute mark left, and I believe Onyx is snagged on the gate, and I think Gray is coming back from its latest run towards the octagon. And let's see in these final moments and it looks like Onyx has cleared from the gate. So now, as one of the local teams, for me, I'm local too, and just being able to go home and sleep in my own bed at night is in these long days, it can make all the difference. So, is there anybody, anybody back home that you'd like to thank that you've been seeing that I don't know, you want to give a shout out to today?
Well, I'm eternally grateful to my parents, who are actually the head coaches of the team, handling the logistics and business side of the team, as well as providing their gracious technical support. For those in remote, I'd like to thank my professors, even instructors in other competitions who's shaped my team and me to be who I am today. Yeah. Big shout out to, again, Alan Kenny, who's actually round and about, hopefully looking along this live stream, supporting us and rooting us along the way.
Fantastic. Okay, and with that, I believe that is our time. Colin, thank you much for stopping
Thank you,
by.
Travis.
And, great job with the 2 subs, and we look forward to seeing how it pans out for you.
Thank you.
having both the hands-on skill to work with robotics and in mechatronics, and the design principles that make them good engineers, right? Sure. So we're going to move that going forward, which means eventually we can move to a platform where we have 2 robots at this competition, like Team Inspiration. But honestly, even like 4 or 5 years from now, I would love to keep Arctos around because, as you've likely noticed as it's moving around, it's a box with a frame, which is not necessarily optimized for hydrodynamics, but it is phenomenal for modularity. So this will be our testing platform in future years, right? So we can quickly put a subsystem on, change something electrically, get all the information that we want from a test, and use that to plan the actual robots that we want to bring to competition. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say on that.
I think you said that pretty well. Now, the question that I was going to ask is, how has this experience added to your engineering education?
Oh, it's everything. It's 100% everything. So ARVP is staying in the rooms right beside the RoboNation staff at the Holiday Inn, and I just happened to catch Bill as he was trying to go to bed and locked him into a conversation for 3 hours. He
told me about this one.
Yeah. So sorry, Bill, if you can hear me. But in that conversation, I think he saved us 2 months of development time in the future, and B, I learned more than I have from basically an engineering project management course that I've been taking simultaneously to this competition. And just as a heads up, ARVP, as a Canadian school, and specifically a Canadian school, does not run on the same cycle of classes as most people at this competition. So everyone here at this competition right now is currently attending school and classes kind of in the wee hours of the morning while we're here, or we're on work terms where we're basically solidifying our skills as engineers, and this had to be a paid time off thing. So yeah, constant work from the team. I forgot the question. I kind of got rambling. So
no, I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head. So the question was, how has this added to your education experience?
Sorry. It's incredibly informative, and I think one of the things that I want the University of Alberta to do in the future is incorporate experiential learning more directly into their program. Sure. Because basically our members are incredibly motivated, and they're seeking out opportunities to build a social net, build a network, and develop their skill. But that's a step that they had to take, not something that was immediately available to them. So what I would really like to see is the type of things that we've learned this year in the last 7 days basically kind of become more core to our internal process throughout the year and more core to how the University of Alberta does their education.
Yeah, there's so many different moving parts to this thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? And it's a lot of it is the technical challenge, but it's as you said, it's the project management, it's the systems engineering. And so when you're looking at things like the documentation for next year, things that you're not going to learn until you're on site dealing with, hey, what does a 14-hour day, 6 days straight actually look like? This
is actually something that we brought up like half an hour ago, talking kind of internally with the team. All of the issues that we ran into today, for example, the tether, and some minor things with like lockup of our servos, really comes from the fact that while we were testing, we were not testing in the conditions of the trans deck, and running constantly for 7 hours a day. There was one day where we got 10 pool tests, and we were in the kiddie pool as well. So, about 7 hours of runtime.
And it does look like the vehicle is well underway once again. Sorry to cut you off,
of course.
Now it's looking for the gate, and it looks like it's trying to make a decision. Doing style points right now.
So if you can see, it might be hard on camera, but we're doing 720-degree yaw style points. We had a sponsorship event in April, basically, where we brought a lot of our folks in to see how the robot functions, and also are qualifying that we used for this competition, we did live at that event. At that event, we did barrel rolls. So I don't know how much of that video.
Break those out this year?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how much of RoboNation staff saw that, but we chose not to do barrel rolls here, basically because of concerns of our markers and torpedoes. So while we could do it, and it's fun, really what we want to do is assess the risks of our course, of our run at every level. So not just the actual operation, but like talk about hardware, talk about how we do our mechanical design, talk about our mission planner, and reduce risks, right? So we take a systems engineering approach to everything that we do to ensure that, you know, when we show up to competition, we can actually show our stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that is a fantastic approach to this, right? So burning down that risk and making sure that the vehicle is able to, you know, maximize the points. I think that's a big part of what we focus on the center at.
Yeah,
and it's
actually,
one of the ways that we remain warfighter focused. Right? Is at the end of it.
Well, Travis, I'd actually like to push back against that. I wouldn't say that the objective here is to score points. Our results at competition are a byproduct of our system and the focuses of the team rather than the end result, right? What we want to do for our students is that triple mandate piece. We want to give students the skills in robotics and mechatronics. We want to give them a social place and a support network.
Sure.
And we want to tie them to the industry with networking opportunities, right? So that is really the focus of the club since 1996.
Sure.
And we love to do it focusing on systems engineering and then specifically RoboSub and RoboNation. But what we're seeing here today is a culmination rather than just the 7-day sprint.
Absolutely. But I think that when you are in the water and you make a decision on the strategy that your vehicle is going to take, the one that best maximizes your ability to navigate through the course safely is sometimes you have to make hard decisions.
That's true.
And being able to show off a barrel roll, if it's going to cost you other points and other available, just other pieces of the puzzle, of course it's on a risk that you want to take.
Yeah, absolutely. And those types of plans are made throughout the year. Really, we start as soon as we get the competition details from RoboSub and RoboNation. And we kind of sketch out our attack plan and strategy, and then try and recycle our process to improve, right? I think one of the things that a lot of teams try to do is take a predictive approach to the way that they manage their teams, where it's a very clear waterfall of who makes a decision of what to do, and it passes all the way down, and those design decisions are locked in. And that's especially difficult if you have an older platform that you're using, right? Because you can make less choices along the way. But I think one of the things that's novel about ARVP is we're kind of adapting to the times, and we're using an agile management system, right? So while we do have these conversations very early in the year, as soon as we get additional information, like say the handbook V2 from RoboNation, we have the capacity to switch up everything, right? And that what that really comes down to is the coordination between the execs, the absolute drive of our members, and the dedication of our community and our support systems.
Fantastic. And now it looks like your sub is, I see that we have the Guldak attack is on the screen, and the vehicle is going to make another attempt at the torpedo.
Yeah, we've been provided a better angle so I can watch this one. Thank you, RoboNation staff. I'm hearing some cheering. I'm assuming that went through. Hell yeah. And then basically we move back to our initial waypoint because we do use multiple models, so we just want to confirm that first model before we move to the second, and that is both torpedoes.
Fantastic. And so I asked you before, but What vision approach are you using? What's your model?
Oh, I see. We use YOLO V7 right now.
Fantastic. And so are you using...
YOLO V8 is out there, and it basically reduces a lot of the... Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Do you want to go, Travis?
So are you using YOLO V7 for all of the challenges, or is it just some of them?
No, we use YOLO V7 and vision modeling for everything. Everything we have some degree of autonomy to, right? That's the focus here. So we want to make sure we exemplify that everywhere.
So now when you're training your algorithms, right? So obviously you got 10,000 pieces of data here throughout the week. How much of, but you guys are very well prepared. You're a well-oiled team, well-oiled machine. So how big of a difference did you see between the data that you're capturing here and the data that you got back home?
I've got a good answer for you. It depends. So for some of our pieces that were initially built, like the buoy, actually for the most part, the old systems were way more robust, regardless of lighting conditions, just because we had enough time to test. So there was a conversation in kind of day 1, day 2 of whether or not we were going to use that. Just because we had enough data and we weren't sure if it was going to transfer over when we built the new models. And building models takes time. It's a huge thing. It's why Bill bought and made a server over the course of one night to be able to share a lot of information. And it's also why we brought our own server here, disassembled it in Edmonton, took it with us on the flight, and then basically made it in a hotel room. So that's also kind of the reason why you don't see all of our members around all the time. A lot of our work is done at home in the Holiday Inn Bayside, because that's where we have our resources. It comes down to a timing thing, which we've tried to reduce as much as possible. But as the competition has gone on, our models have improved. Basically, we've had more time to work with it. So
added to the stack.
Exactly. It's been added to the stack. It's been adapted, and it's been confirmed not only in testing here, but on all our old raw specs, right? So once again, it's that first check, second check, third check. We want to get as much confirmation as possible before we attach anything.
No doubt. And so I think we are in the final moments of the run. And the run has been killed, but we're gonna, as the vehicle gets brought back, you spoke about the trip down from Edmonton, and so how did you guys get here for the competition this week?
We had to fly, so.
Yeah. And so did you bring the vehicle with you on the plane? Did you ship it?
No, we shipped everything before. That was a conversation that happened internal in the university, basically about border security concerns and how to optimize that. So we decided to ship, and the University of Alberta was phenomenal in working with us to ensure that our robot got here in time in one piece.
Okay. So Nathan, the time your run has completed. It was a fantastic showing of what a vehicle can do, especially one that's a full redesign for year one.
Yeah.
And I know that you've shouted out a bunch of different aspects of the team and the university. Is there anybody else that you'd like to give a shout out? Of course,
I want to give a thank to our support system, which includes everyone at the university who assess us, especially the new experiential learning portfolio that was just started this year.
Yeah.
I want to thank our sponsors. I would love to thank our principal investigator, Dr. Michael Lipset. And I would once again like to thank all of our members for doing such an amazing job and putting in so many hours to make this happen.
Yeah, 60 people. It's a fantastic job and a job well done.
Okay, thank you, Travis. It was lovely talking.
Hey, thanks, Nathan. Yeah. All right, hello and welcome. I've got a microphone for you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Take a seat. So I'm Travis.
I'm Minor.
Nice to meet you. And tell us about your university.
Okay, so we are from Brak University. It's
Yeah.
one of the top universities in Bangladesh, and for a matter of fact, we're the only one of the first universities to like start underwater robotics competition and underwater robotics in general.
Yeah.
Like we introduced it to the country. Like there wasn't any underwater teams back then, so like our university is leading, and we now are mentoring different teams from Bangladesh as well. Like for example, there are other university teams who are expecting to like participate in the future, and they're building their robots.
It's fantastic.
Thank you so much.
It really embodies, I think, the spirit of what RoboNation is trying to do with these competitions, what NIWC Pacific is doing internally with our workforce, and really just trying to collaborate and innovate to make the best products possible and to work with the best people possible.
Yes, obviously.
And so now I think on the view, the divers and reservists are getting your vehicle in position for the finals run. And as we kick off, some of the higher level stuff, how many people are on your team this year?
Well, we have about 50 members, and among them, about 20 members are actively, regularly doing work for the team. And 7 of us are representing, including our advisor, but they work hard. They work really hard for this. Like, they had to go through a lot. Like, they had to handle academics and the robot as well. It takes a lot of time, like a child.
Absolutely.
So they did contribute a lot.
One of the things that so I used to be a competitor at the RoboBoat and RobotX competitions, and I remember saying that we kind of had this mentality in the team that every person on the team should feel like the vehicle is theirs, because we want everybody empowered, no matter how long they've been working with it, to feel responsibility for it, because when everybody has that level of engagement, you can really, you get the ability to run with the problem solving. And so it sounds like that's a little bit about what you're discussing, that the team sees this vehicle as a baby, huh?
Yeah,
as their baby?
like what we believe ourselves is that you have to own that to work on it, because when you own something, when it's yours, you'll take the best care of it. So like we own this. I own the robot. Our team owns the robot. So whatever happens to it, we're liable for it. So we take great care of it.
Absolutely. So one of the main questions that we're looking to find out here is, how has this experience added to your engineering education? And not just this year, but have you competed in RoboNation events before?
We participated last year in RoboNation's RoboSub last year and in Maryland, and that has been a really great experience over in aspects of engineering. Like for example, like last year we had a problem with our IMU, so that was a great learning steps for us, because we never faced that problem in our country earlier. So we learned. That was an engineering challenge for us, like how we can solve that, and we did solve that this year, and now we're strong.
So what was it?
So like last year, what the problem we faced was the IMU was facing some interference, like magnetic interference, so the compass wasn't heading properly, and we couldn't, we barely passed the gate, so like that was a big bummer for us. So now we're hopeful this year. We're in the finals now. That's a really great step towards us.
So I'm not always so Hollywood with the streams and the phones, the microphones. A lot of time I'm diving into those technical details on my projects. And so are we talking, was it magnetic declination? Was it that you just needed to shield the compass from some of the electromagnetic interference?
Yeah, maybe it was because of the soft and hard ion interferences. Yeah. That's why the compass shifted its position. So it wasn't holding it properly, and that's why as we're a bit reliant on the heading, so that was a big issue for us, because we wouldn't go straight. So without going straight, our vision wouldn't detect it because it's not facing the right direction. So that was an issue.
navigating based on a heading
Yeah.
has been done for a long time, and I think it'll be done for a long time
Yeah,
more.
and as we don't have a DVL on board, like I guess most of the teams here have their own DVL, like that to like head towards and know their position. But we didn't have it, so like we're heavily reliant on that. And I guess we did pretty good this year.
So it sounds like you've had to come up with some creative solutions to, get from point A to point B. And so now when you're going, if you're going to go on a heading for a certain, we can hear one of our San Diego fighter jets screaming by overhead. We're going to put on maybe some Top Gun music in a little bit. But no, so when you are navigating based on compass from point A to point B, you of course have to have a lot of information on your system dynamics. And so I would think that you'd spent a lot of time in the water so far. So how much time do you think you've been in the water up to this point?
We had a fair share of underwater time in RoboSub event time, and earlier it was really tough for us because in our country pools are very hard to come by because most of them are commercial pools. So like you get a pretty limited amount of time because other guests are there and they don't want robots swing by them. So like but the thankful to the people in our country, they're very considerate and they're very supportive of the idea that a team from Bangladesh is like representing in an international level. So they did help us, and we got swimming pools there, and we did compete. We did get to practice a lot. So I guess that helped a lot.
Yeah, fantastic. So on site, going on since Tuesday, long days. Any lessons that your team has learned in this time period?
Yes. So like if I talk about notable lessons, I would say that we learned the most is always keep backup. Like in our orientation, they said software will win you the game, but hardware will lose it. So like we actually had our ESCs caught on fire while through a test run. So like we had to fix it like we had over a span of 1 hour. So they did fix it.
And it does look like your vehicle is now underway, making its movement towards the gate. Now, do you have a name for your vehicle?
Yeah, the name of our vehicle is basically Braccu Dubui. So Braccu represents our university, Braccu University, and Dubui, for a matter of fact, means diver in English. So it's basically our diver there.
Yes, you've got your Brack diver, has made it through the gate and is now on its way. So what do you think it's going after next? Is it going to look towards the buoys, the glyphs?
According to our mission plan, it's going to head towards the buoy, and then it will hit. And we're very confident about it. So let's see how it goes.
And it looks like it's perhaps doing some of those rotations, trying to get the style points.
Yeah.
On the way to the glyphs. So well underway. So could you take some time and talk to me about some of the autonomy that you have on board? What are some of these sensors that you got going?
Okay, so like it's a really simple system. Like it doesn't have much. It's basically a normal Pixhawk there on board, and the main, I guess, stronghold of ours will be our machine vision system. So like we optimized we took a base machine learning model and we optimized it to work for our version of the rover, because like other teams, like a lot of the teams are using stereo cameras which have high resolution, good quality picture, low light images, but we're using an off-the-shelf Blue Robotics and low light camera. So it doesn't have a great resolution, but it works for us. So like we had to make good optimizations.
Now it does look.
Okay, so here
looks like the team's getting real excited.
Yeah,
as they should be making contact with one of the gates, at least. That's allegedly right, I'll say allegedly made contact with one of the gates. That'll be a judge's decision with one of the buoys.
There's clever engineering there to confirm it did. I can confirm you it did hit because we did a clever engineering work. When it hits, we have a small detection. So like when it's like off the shelf thing, we took a IR sensor.
Yeah.
It measures the distance when it's close. It triggers. So it knows it's almost there. It goes a bit forward and then come back. Okay. So I can confirm that it did hit the wall.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing. So now, do you have projectiles on board?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
we do
so
have
now you're going to go
board.
and you're going to look at the Guldak attack.
Yeah, we are going to go there, hopefully.
And are you going to are you looking for targets through both of the gates? Are you going to go for one or the other?
No, we in our mission plan, we plan to hit both of them.
Oh, fantastic. Now, I've seen, different teams will have different styles of torpedoes and launchers. So for your projectile, is it a pressure system? Is it spring actuated?
Honestly, it's really, really simple.
Yeah.
Like, you'll be amazed to know that what we did was we took an off-the-shelf solenoid lock that you can trigger by electricity.
Yeah.
So we took that, we attached it, and basically took a rubber band and just pulled it back.
Yeah.
And when we need to release it, we just open the locks,
Yeah.
and it goes. It works. It's a very simple system.
And that's really that principle. You know, what Bill was talking about with the software wins these competitions and hardware loses it. But the kind of the counter side of that is that what you want is your solutions to be as simple as possible. And it's about finding ways to be creative, to be innovative, and just to be reliable and robust. Sounds like that's what your design is about.
It's really simple. Like if anything fails, we can just swap it like on the go.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about it. Like it's pretty ready. It's totally ready. Yeah. If it faces a problem, we have something. It's not very complex to rebuild. So if we have to rebuild a system from ground up, it will only take about 45 minutes, half an hour, maybe even 15 minutes, depending on how fast we work.
Your whole system?
I mean the torpedo system.
The torpedo system, copy. Yeah, the whole torpedo system.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's going towards there.
So it looks like it's made move towards the.
By the way, in RoboSub, this is the first time we're attempting torpedoes.
Fantastic.
So see, I'm even seeing it for the first time work. So I guess it launched the first one. Now it's going to go up. See, it went up.
It sure did. And now it's resetting. We have that nice follow cam thanks to our diver, and we're gonna watch this sub go back in and try to hit that second gate. Now it's looking for the closed.
It's a really nerve-wracking moment for me.
It's saying, "Oh, the Stargate's closed. Can we find it?"
I'm shaking. Yes, it's going.
Making moves, nail biting. Now it's in our frame. Oh, let's see it.
Most likely launch. The judges will know better.
Okay. Yep, and it looks like it certainly was working around in that area, and now it's fleeing the scene and it's going on to the next challenge. So what's next for for the diver?
We didn't go for the bends because we believed that we don't have to do it all because we don't have it might lose track, so we're not risking it, and we're going to surface in the octagon.
Yeah. fantastic. Yeah, we've been, there's the common theme that, and just what we'll see is that some of the teams will do all of the challenges, all of the teams will do some of the challenges, but nobody is doing, but hold on, I think I messed that up. I'm a little bit tired too, you know, but so
it's okay,
the vehicles are doing some of all of the challenges, and they're doing all of some of the challenges, but nobody's doing all of the challenges. And I think that that's one of the ways that we like to just keep you guys striving. You know, you're so creative in your solutions, and we don't want to bring a course that you guys just roll through and it becomes a speed challenge.
Well, I guess the fun element of the competition is the challenges.
Yeah.
So like, if I get to achieve everything, there's no fun in it. Like, it just beats the whole purpose of there's no learning there. Like, there's no more to learn. When there is no more to learn, there's no fun there.
Yeah.
Like, the learning aspect of the whole competition is the fun part. I believe that winning and losing doesn't matter. To us, we learned. We came here a long way. When we go to our country back, we can share the experience to the teams who are trying for the future, and maybe along the way, maybe we can inspire other teams as well. They inspired us a lot, like the leading teams, for the champions from last years, the champions from the earlier years. They inspired us a lot. They motivated us a lot.
And it looks like you're going up. Let's see.
I want to be there. I want to be there with them.
I want to be there with them. This is how fun is that?
Nerve-wracking moment for me. I want to celebrate with them. Like, I can't express the happiness. I can express it to you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little piece right here.
Thank you so much.
Woo! Not quite as good as what's going on down there, but you know, as you said. So see what's going on. So. The philosopher René Descartes said it's impossible to differentiate living from learning, right? Living from learning, you can't separate the two. As long as you're doing one, you're doing the other. And it seems like you guys are, as you are continuing, you're certainly learning the right sorts of things, and fantastic showing.
And honestly, like today's competition with that run, what I can say is we did not even attempt all of them. Even in our semi-final round, we couldn't resurface. So seeing this here is making me emotional. Like, we had to go through a lot, like, to come here. Even like 2 of our team members didn't. Thank you so much, bhai. So like, we had 2 of our members didn't get their visas, so RoboNation helped a lot. Thank you so much to them and the teams as well. The other teams, they helped us with their knowledge and data share. We did collect their data, so thanks to them. This was a pretty good run. Like, we didn't do these many tasks back in our country as well. We did attempt them. We tried the most we could with our limited resources, and even in our semi-final round, we didn't resurface. So seeing it there makes me so much happy.
Oh, and to do it, you know, especially on finals day, where now the course has been stretched, right, all week. And, you know, for the folks watching on the live stream, you can see that half of this Transdeck pool at NIWIC is taken up by one challenge course. The whole week, it's been 2.
Yeah.
So now it's, you know, you have to go a lot farther. You have to go twice as far to make it over to the gate. And you're saying that the first time you surfaced in the gate was today?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Even we didn't hit the torpedoes here ever.
Yeah.
We didn't launch it ever. So this is the first time we launched torpedoes as well. So it's basically there are a lot of firsts. Like, it's the first time we're in the finals as well. It's our second time in RoboSub, and looking at this run, I can't tell you what I feel right now.
It sounds like a Cinderella story, my friend.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
the things are coming together to put on a heck of a show. So congrats.
Thank you so much.
Now, but we've still got somewhere between 6 and 8 minutes left. So you guys might be gearing up for a second run once the divers get the vehicle back. Maybe you could do even more.
I think the team's pretty satisfied with the run.
Yeah.
You could see their
Well,
excitement.
It's as I would be too. But remember, there's no for it's the best run, not the last run.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to run it again, there's nothing at risk.
Yeah, I guess the team's pretty confident. What we wanted, we achieved. So
Okay.
it's up to them. The team. I'm not the team lead. The team lead's there and advisors there. If they decide to, they will, I guess.
Yeah.
Because they know the better.
Fantastic.
But hopefully, we're pretty satisfied with this.
So, as they're making that critical decision, throughout the week we've seen different weather here at Transdeck, and I do have to say, now as somebody that lives in San Diego, no matter what the weather is here, it's pretty nice. But so when we're shifting from cloud cover and in the mornings and this marine layer is what we call it, and then in the afternoons, sometimes it'll be quite a bit sunnier. How does your team deal with those dynamic conditions?
Okay, so thankfully, I don't know, it's maybe the creator is on our side. We somehow managed to get the time slots, even when we didn't have our desired ones, we had slots at the proper weather conditions. Like, it wasn't that sunny, it wasn't that cloudy as well. So we had a clear vision, and only one time we had a testing slot in the afternoon. So what happened was there was too much sun glare, and the rover couldn't properly vision because we're heavily reliant on vision.
Yeah.
So that was one, but for most cases we were very, very lucky, and I think we're still very lucky.
Yeah, and without preparation, it's impossible to capitalize on whatever luck you might have had, and so certainly hats off to you and your team for putting yourself in a position to receive that luck and make a run like the one that we just saw. And so there are so many unique challenges to this, and we've talked about so many of them. But when you are moving into your debrief and looking forward to next year, what are some lessons that you would want to share with the next generation? If somebody's home watching this, and at one of the other universities that you said that you're trying to get other teams to motivate them to come here.
Yes, we're trying this year to motivate other teams where 3 or 4 teams in our country are already preparing. So hopefully they'll come next year, and the lessons I would tell them to carry on is it doesn't matter how low resources you have, you should try your best, because hard work beats expensive components, because we didn't have much when we started. Back when we started out, our whole system cost about less than $1,000. It was really, really cheap. So from there, we're here today in the finals and did a really spectacular run. So I think that's the one thing. I think people shouldn't be disheartened by seeing expensive components. I don't have them, I can do it. I don't think people should have the mentality. And another thing, I think everybody can if they work hard for it. And another thing is always keep spares, because you don't know what goes wrong, and always have a backup system, always have a fail-safe. That's what and try to think simple. The simpler your system is, the better you run, the more errors you make. So
sage advice indeed. And I did get the confirmation that that'll be all from Brack, but fantastic run.
Thank you so much.
Great to
fantastic
see you out there.
Event by RoboSub, RoboNation, and our whole country would like to thank you guys, because you're doing a fantastic work here, and to the other teams as well. Thank you so much to all of them, because they were so humble to us. We're really thankful for they shared a lot of information. I got to know so much from them, and I can thank them enough, because they were friendly, they were always welcoming, they were keen to share their information. They did share their through data sharing, they share the images, their information, how they integrated things. So hopefully next year we'll take the learnings from them, and thankful to all the teams. I would like to give a big shout out to the teams as well, because no matter who made it, they all helped a lot.
Fantastic. That's a very nice sentiment, and we appreciate you sharing it with us.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Enjoy some well-earned rest.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day too.
You too. Let's take that. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Let's have a round of applause for BRAC University. Hello. Okay. So I am here with a representative from Si Se Puede. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Well, my name is Paulina Garibay Jaques. I've been on the team since the creation of the team, so since 2018. This is currently my second time competing in person, pretty much the same for the team.
Fantastic. And so were you when you've been with the club since 2018, so did you compete in person at a previous RoboSub at Transdeck, or was it at last year's event in Maryland?
So we did not compete last year.
Okay.
We did compete in the 2019 competition here at Transdeck, so it's our second time back.
Fantastic. Cool. Yeah, there was, I think at the staff, the team orientation, of the 350 students, I think 4 hands went up when there was like, oh, had folks been back has anybody been to Transdeck before? So I think you guys might be some of the rare few. But super cool. And as we kick off and your sub is going into the water and our reservists and divers are getting you all squared away for your run, I'm starting off with the same question that we want to ask all of the teams, which is, what has RoboSub added to your engineering education? And not just this year, or not just this week, but just in over the course of the year and since 2018.
Well, overall, it's definitely the experience, the hands-on experience in terms of working on these AUVs outside of the class.
Can you go a little closer?
Okay. So it's definitely been working on these AUVs outside of the class, getting that hands-on experience and seeing it for your own eyes, being able to build something like this and then see it run and just be more excited about what it is you're getting into when it comes to your engineering major.
Can you bring it a little bit closer, like here? So fantastic! It really is what this competition is all about. Is just getting the team excited about the collaboration, about the innovation, giving opportunities for creative solutions. And so now, does your vehicle have a name?
Yes, so our current vehicle's name is Dragon.
Can you bring the mic closer?
Oh.
Yeah.
So our vehicle that we are going to be using right now, its name is Dragon. It's our very second one.
Dragon. Heck yeah. So I'd heard, there was some fun fact, and I'm trying to pull it. What's if there's anything that sticks out about Dragon, what'd you say is like how'd you come up with that name for it?
So Dragon was actually just a name that happened because one of our lead programming mentors just one day started naming it Dragon, and since then it's been Dragon, so it's stuck to it.
Right on. So it looks like your vehicle is getting set now. Walk me through what your team's strategy is. What course elements is Dragon going after?
So we are going to be attempting the coin toss. And so after the coin toss, we are going to be going straight to the gate. And for the gate, we're going to be going on the earth side. After that, it will be heading towards the buoy, doing the the earth sequence. Right here, we see that it stops right before the gate, and it's going to be doing its style points.
Oh, that's a very smooth and fast 360, continuing on, and that's a 720. Very nice yaw control there, stopping on a dime, and now going back in the other direction. you really get a nice representation of how well the vehicle is turning with that flat plate running along the midline of the system.
So right now it's going to be strafing left, and then it's going to be in the earth side.
It seems really quite responsive. What type of controls are on board your system?
Controls, as in the sensors?
Well, so how is your vehicle getting from one position to another? Are you using, there's PID controls, and sometimes those are on position. Sometimes it might be on velocity or other variables. And typically those are some of the low level aspects of it. But have you spoken about that system at all?
So the way that we navigate the course is using waypoints in which we collect right before the round.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these sensors help in terms of sticking to its heading.
Where I think I'm excited too. We're seeing now Dragon is working on the buoy and making contact as shown in the diver view. We'll have to hear from the judges what type of interaction it had, but now bottom left. Oh yeah. Okay, and so we're hearing from, I think we get to hear the team's perspective just on the other side of the audio-visual equipment, that now maybe Dragon's beelining right for the octagon to go and get those points. Is that true?
Yes, it is going to be going to the octagon, surfacing, and after it has surfaced, it's going to go back down, and it's going to attempt the bins.
Okay, so this is the first vehicle that has discussed that possibility, and so walk me through your hardware system to lift those bins or move those bins, as well as to drop the components needed in them.
So currently we do not have an arm onto Dragon. We do have one built, although we decided not to use it because it does create a lot of drag, and the design for this claw was actually originally made for the 2020 competition. So it was the claw design was better for you. Oh!
And it looks like there is a surface inside the octagon. Fantastic localization from Dragon, and it has gone back down, and the run is still going. So now let's see what happens next. And so you're saying that you removed the arm because there was a lot of drag. Dragon was perhaps dragging too much with that arm, and so what have you come up with instead?
So for that, we are just going to be attempting dropping the we have a market dropper, and so we have pinballs there. So we have what we are going to do in order to drop it. We had some issues with our pneumatics, but we were able to find out a solution. So what we are going to be doing is have it
All right, and the team is letting us know, get that vehicle back to the dock. They've got another run in store, and they want to go and get some new points. So Diver's bringing it back, and we already had an impressive run, and so we'll see what happens with the next one now. So you were saying that the dropper mechanism is pneumatic?
Yes, it's pneumatic.
Very cool.
So we have a pneumatic system on Dragon, which controls the three manipulators, which we have the torpedo launcher, we have the market dropper, as well as the claw, although for this competition we do not have the claw on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So are there other competitions, so you said for this competition you don't have the claw, are there other competitions that you use Dragon for?
No, but we do have that in the case that for next year we have it ready.
This is modularity and
Yes.
using some of that experience to say, you know what, we don't need to do everything right now. Let's do what we can well
Yes.
and build upon that success for the next year.
Yes, especially because I forgot to mention, so apart from me and another member that have been on the team since 2018, we do have 4 other members, which pretty much make most of our team. This is their first time ever competing, and we've been working on this, pretty much getting it water tested for the past 2 months. So this is all within mostly 2 months.
2 months. And
Yes.
so what state was the system in 2 months ago? Did you have the parts for it, or?
2 months ago, pretty much electrically and mechanically, it was almost finished. We just had a few things in order to finish up. It was mostly just software.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow. You've really come a long way since then. And so with that, what are some of the lessons that you're going to that you're going to take back home for next year as you start? Because I'm sure that tomorrow morning the first thing you're going to do is start planning for next year. No, you take 1 day, maybe 2 days, and then we'll start looking at RoboSub 24.
Yes, of course.
But no, so after a well-deserved break and rest, what are some of the things that Cisse Puede is going to look forward to in 24 and incorporating into Dragon?
So we're definitely going to be working more on the pneumatics, as well as getting that perfected, working on getting another sensor, or as well as working on a separate robot that we can have compete along with Dragon. So we have the two, having those two communicate with each other. That way we can run through the course at a faster pace and save us more time.
Absolutely. And it looks like Dragon is back underwater. And have you had any thoughts, or if you do have a second vehicle, any thoughts on the name for that? Maybe a wyvern, or, some other type of aerial reptile?
So this possible new robot is going to be Baby Dragon.
Baby Dragon,
Yes.
okay.
We do plan on it being quite smaller than our current size.
Yeah.
That way it can help in terms of navigation from one task to the other, as well as perfecting our machine vision.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, and we're seeing, going back to those rotations, Dragon is spinning away. You got it one way, then you got it the other. There's your strafe to the left, looking like almost a replay of the last run. Another. And there we go, all the way through. Fantastic. So, could you tell me a little bit about your composition, the composition of your team?
So the composition of this team, we are all students attending ASU. We do have a few recent graduates.
Yeah.
And we do have a few from their sophomore, junior year.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of the team is robotics engineering.
Okay.
We do have a computer science. We do have a mechanical, I believe 2 mechanical engineering majors.
Yeah. And so with this type of cross-disciplinary team, how do you integrate? Because another great point scoring opportunity. So now when you have mechanical engineers and electrical engineers and computer engineers and business majors and all different folks working on a team together, can hear the excitement in the air at Transdeck. And now let's see. See that quick snap again in that heading controller. And now we can see our diver is pointing towards the octagon. So, your dragon just keeps on scoring so many points. It's tough to ask you the questions because we're too busy watching the success. But how do you guys deal with working across these different disciplines on this collaborative in this collaborative environment across this diverse team? How do you communicate between a mechanical engineer and a software engineer?
Well, we like to work together when it comes to working on any aspect of the robot. Just that way that
another surface in the octagon for Dragon.
Sorry, my bad.
Nothing to apologize for, not even a little bit. If you're not excited enough, which I can tell that you are, I'm excited for you. So, but please go on.
So we like to, because it is a smaller team, it does allow us to work closely with each other. So in terms of electrical, specifically software, me as the electrical lead, anyone else who works on the electrical, we do like to work with the software people. That way they know which boards they're working on. They can see it physically. It gives them more of a visual understanding of what they're working on and how to basically.
Whoa, and I think we just saw a barrel roll. So it seemed like your team was expecting it to do that type of flip.
Yes, so that was it attempting to drop the pinball into the bins.
Okay, yes. And so can you tell me about that maneuver?
So we saw that we were having some issues with the market driver as of recently, and so what we ended up doing is we had a problem and we needed a way to fix it. So this was our creative way of being able to get the most points that we could.
Yeah. Understood. And so that type of creativity and problem solving, the rules are the requirements here. And it's one of the ways that we like to, empower the teams to, come up with those solutions where, hey, you know what? We say what you have to do. We don't say how you have to do it. And so gives opportunity for things like that.
Yes.
But another fantastic run is in the books. I think we're somewhere around 5 minutes left. Now, of course, you're always able to make another run. Do you think you think that Cisse Puede is gonna and Dragon will make another run through the course?
Well, from what I just saw, it seems that that might be our very best that we can do. If we do attempt another one, it would just to try and actually make, unless we did make the bin, would be to better
yeah.
take it into.
Well, I think that front flip was pretty darn cool. Certainly doing it with flair goes beyond style points. You get flair points in my book. So what has, and I think I owe you a question. So one of the big ones that we have been asking, if I did ask this already, just let me know.
Okay.
How has the RoboSub competition just expanded your engineering education?
So as I said before, it's definitely the hands-on experience when it comes to working on these AUVs. It's also surrounding when it comes to being able to attend these competitions and competing, surrounding yourself with other people from other teams, and just feeling more welcoming and more welcomed into the engineering community. And it's just the outside of class experience that really helps the networking between everyone.
Yeah, I think one of the principles that you're describing is the transition from possibility to actuality.
Yes.
Right? When these are just an idea, and here we go, Dragon is making a third run through this course, but going from an idea in a classroom or in a club setting or wherever it may be to actually putting this thing out into the water, there's so many different things that I'm sure you've learned along the way. Is there any lesson that you think that specifically stands out from an idea of how you thought something would go versus how it actually went was quite a bit different? Anything like that stand out for you?
Well, it's definitely a lot more trial and error in terms of working on anything as complex as this. So it's just learning the patience and the problem solving, learning how to troubleshoot when it comes to any type of problem. That's probably one of the main things.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, how many hours do you think your vehicle spent in the water before coming to Transdeck?
I would say in a little less than a month, we had a total of about 51 hours.
51 hours in the water
Yes.
in a month. Yeah, that is a fantastic commitment and dedication to this project. And so, would you, what do you think is the value of that water time for your team and for Dragon? Really making it clear that your system has repeatability, reliability, and robustness. Fantastic.
Yeah, so the in-water testing definitely helps out. Being able to see any issues that we have in terms of navigation, being able to create a more robust strategy.
Yeah. The team is so excited now. They've broken out into a chant, cheering Dragon on, as they should. Fantastic. The direction's looking good. So, si se puede.
Yes.
For those that that might not know, what does that mean?
So, si se puede is actually Spanish for yes, we can.
Yeah.
So that is the name of the foundation, the Si Se Puede Foundation. What this foundation is a nonprofit, and what they help do is help underrepresented communities enter the STEM field.
Yeah.
Not only are we one of the teams that the Si Se Puede Foundation supports.
A third successful breach in the octagon. Dragon is now showing off as it should. well refined, robust system you got there.
Yes.
And so, but yeah, the Si Se Puede Foundation.
Yes, not only are we one of the teams that are sponsored by Si Se Puede, we also have a sister team. We have the Degrees of Freedom, so they are a FRC robotics team.
Okay.
This is also an all-girls team. We also have the Geese of Freedom, so that's a younger team. And then we also have Binary Bots. So Binary Bots is a co-ed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. And I think we've seen Dragon perform its flip over the bins once again. And so another spectacular run, and it is fantastic to see a team that is so committed to inclusion and to growing these underrepresented communities in STEM.
Yes.
And to see you folks out here performing at the highest level it truly is fantastic. And congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you so much.
3 stellar runs. And so with that, is there anybody that you'd like to thank back home? Any final thoughts that you'd like to share?
Well, first of all, a huge thank you to my parents, definitely being able to support me throughout everything. The Si Se Puede Foundation, of course, all my professors, everyone who has supported not only me but the team, all of our sponsors. If it wasn't for our sponsors, we would not be able to, be able to get our hands on like the technology and be able to use our experience in order to apply our skills.
Fantastic. And you know what? I think that you've got some celebrating with your team to do. Your time is done. Thank you so much for spending the past 20 minutes discussing Dragon and everything that Si Se Puede has accomplished this week.
Thank
Congratulations.
You so much. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. And you have yours. Fantastic.
Hello.
So I'm now here with the representative from Team Bumblebee.
That's correct.
And what is your name?
My name is Ananya. We're from National University of Singapore.
Absolutely. The storied and infamous, I think you're moving even into the famous Bumblebee at this point.
That's very flattering. Thank you. We just try our best every year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Last year's winner, returning again with the same vehicle.
Right, yeah.
Can we talk about what are some of the, what's the team looking to accomplish this year?
Okay, so we've made some software upgrades. We're using a lot more machine learning. And we're also doing segmenting, which means we align onto the obstacles. We're leaving it more towards the ML and search patterns rather than waypoints. Yeah. So that's some of the software upgrades that we're trying to test out. Definitely more risky, but I think it pushes our capabilities. So yeah, you're going to see that in this run.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So now what that sounds like to me is that when you go from one part of the course to another, you're not just going to a specific endpoint, saying, hey, go into this area, right? Perform some type of inspection, and then once you find something that's familiar, all right, well then you'll start to engage with that specific target once you find out what it is.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So now in doing that, I think it requires a good bit of foresight and of planning, maybe even some simulation, but certainly a lot of water time. And so how have you been able to create these software changes?
So our software team is always hard at work, and we've been, testing since January. So January to May is our semester at university. So we get about 1 to 2 days per week, the entire semester, and we have like a 10 to 5 slot for testing. So essentially we're constantly testing throughout the semester, but obviously it's just like once or twice a week. And that helps us like stabilize things. And when it comes to summer, it's crunch time. So we initially started with about 3 days a week and then ramped up to 5 days a week. So yeah, as you said, just a lot of water time.
So now, how many hours? Just doing the head math right now, that's a staggering amount of testing that you're looking at.
That's right.
How many hours do you think that this vehicle has been in the water this year?
I'm going to be honest, I have not done the math. But yeah, if you think about 8 hours of testing 5 days a week for even like a month. That's already like 240 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've just been like going at it for as many hours as possible. Even here in San Diego, we have a very kind host who has offered her house to us and has a pool, so we're able to constantly test then. So yeah, just constant pool tests.
Fantastic. And so I think an interesting thing with these competitions is I'm not sure that there is a ceiling, right, on what really can be done, because certainly the course has, you know, there are the different challenge elements, but as a team and as a competitor that has come back and said, okay, well, you won last year, you have another vehicle that's looking dangerously good. The question becomes, well, what processes are you going to now refine? And if you're testing in the water for 240 hours minimum, there's deeper levels of detail that are required, where now there's logistics required to surface that vehicle, right? Where I think if there's I guess what I'm getting at here is there's that next layer of systems engineering where you might start to see parts failure because they're just been and not because because something's going wrong, but just because it's reached its usable life. So have you seen any sorts of problems like that?
Yeah, definitely. That is that's right on, actually, for some of the issues we faced here in San Diego. So we've had this vehicle for quite a while now, and definitely learned a lot about, you know, life cycling, the parts that we have. Obviously, if it's an off-the-shelf part, it's easy because it comes in the spec sheet how long you can use it, right? But with our manufacturing parts, especially our batteries, that are very critical parts, we've seen some failures. But yeah, it's just sort of things that this year has revealed, because we're pushing the vehicle to its limits in terms of testing hours and the time it has existed. So these are things that we would keep in mind in the future. Yeah. Luckily, none of the problems were unfixable. So when our batteries had fractures in their latch, we used a new mount to secure them in place, and you know, we're always iterating, we're always fixing things. So yeah, things are looking all right. But yeah, definitely lessons for next year.
So now internally with this type of vehicle, do you have just, you know, do you have spreadsheets with part numbers? Like how documented and cataloged is the system at this point?
I think our documentation is constantly going for improvements. Yeah, we're always trying to get our members to improve their documentation. We don't have detailed Excel part numbers, but rather with each competition year, we prepare spares, and those spare lists provide a pretty good BOM for our vehicle.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's how we go about it.
Yeah. Fantastic. So kind of one of the things we're so interested in is how has this competition impacted your engineering education?
A lot. I think this competition forces students to think about, apply their knowledge a lot more than university courses do. Like, we have smaller design projects in school, but they never come to this level of testing, of lead times, of preparation. So yeah, I think my engineering sense and just my technical skills developed a lot being part of Bumblebee and going for these competitions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, a senior design project or a capstone design project is nothing new in engineering. But typically 3-5 person teams, and maybe you have some specialized programs that are larger, but you know, certainly for many of the teams at RoboSub, and as the vehicle is now underway, we'll come back to that question as we see. And remind me, does the vehicle have a name this year?
So we just call it AUV 4.1 based on the iteration we're at. Yeah.
Cool. AUV 4.1 is now engaging in the style points. Okay, and we have seen AUV 4.1 perform a rotation and then has gone through the left side. I
That's
believe
correct.
that's the Earth.
Yeah.
Yep. So you're staying on this planet during this run this time?
Yeah, I got to stay grounded, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Was there, I think there's almost a philosophical question on that of which route the teams want to go through. Is there
Right.
any thought to it?
I don't think so, but yeah, I think it makes a good metaphor. Got to stay grounded, got to stay on Earth.
Now we are seeing it within inches of the surface, but it dives back down, keeping us all biting our nails. But yeah, I wonder if it'd be an interesting question to ask if, hey, just some teams happen to stay on Earth, or some are intentionally going over to Abydos. But so now, where is AUV 4.1 going next?
It's going to be going over to the buoy.
Yes.
And we'll be attempting the buoy task and going over to the 2 Earth symbols. Yep.
All right. So now it is in that region.
Yep.
It looks like it has detected the buoy.
And that's the first one.
And it has made contact. It does look like that is the Abydos symbol. And again, another contact with the. So can we go for all 4? Okay, so it has made those 2 contacts, and it looks like now it is perhaps moving on. Where's it going to next?
So we're going to be doing the random pinger task, which will bring us to either one of torpedo or the octagon. Yeah.
And I think it's, let me also be one to say, AUV 4.1 just went over. It did detect that dock, and it's, made pretty quick determination to go and make those targets, and to make that type of contact is still fantastic.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. I wonder if we're getting some advanced notice of which random pinger is active by what we're seeing on the camera feed right now.
Yeah.
So just a little bit about that. Why don't you tell us about the vehicle's approach to that random pinger engagement?
Right, so we've got 4 hydrophones on board, which are going to be used for the random pinger task. And if we get the octagon task, it's going to go in surface only. It will do the bins task after that, and then, do the remaining picking up. Yeah.
Okay. I know you guys had spent a good bit of time this week trying to engage those chevrons.
That's right.
And so it's just a strategic decision for finals? You're going to surface?
So the way to go is we'll attempt one of the tasks and then go back to pinger and then go and do the other task. But yeah, we will be attempting the chevrons because our strategy, as always, is to attempt all tasks. Yep.
Fantastic. Yeah. And so now it looks like the vehicle is looking for that octagon.
That's right.
Now, during the practice events and during the semis, were you able? I know the chevrons are tricky. You know, you guys thought it was hard last year with the water bottle.
Yeah. So the actuation, we usually have 1 or 2 people assigned to actuation only, and that's because actuation
Just to
is...
take a pause, it looks
Yeah.
like we do have a surface in
yep.
the octagon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And so go on.
Yeah, so just as last year, we have an actuation person who was constantly iterating on the suction cup design to pick up the chevrons. So yeah, we've been iterating like right up until the semis. So yeah.
And so I believe that I was told that there's a novel design to it where it's a one-way valve. That it's pretty much a passive suction cup for those chevrons.
Right.
Can you
Yeah.
describe
So
that?
we've got a one-way valve that's connected to the suction cups, and the way it engages with the chevrons is it uses the suction cups to catch on to them. Yeah, that's basically the idea of it. Yeah.
It's a nice mechanical solution. You know, it doesn't need to be overly complicated.
That's right.
Fantastic work. So now we are going over to the Stargates, to the Guldak Challenge. Guldak. I think by the end of this commentary, maybe I'll actually learn how to say the name of this challenge, the Guldak attack. So you have a couple of different torpedoes. Yeah. Now, what's your strategy for this challenge?
So we're planning to hit them in the right order. So it's going to attempt both torpedoes, big and small. So yeah, align both times and shoot them. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, you have used a number of different advanced technologies on board your system. I think last year your torpedoes were a pretty special type of 3D printed filament.
That's right.
Can you remind us what those are?
So we've done MJF torpedoes this year. They're a 2-part assembly. So we've got an O-ring that captures air so that the torpedoes can resurface after they've been shot. Yeah. So we had one guy just working on that CFD to make that torpedo look real smooth and real hydrodynamic. Yeah.
And it looks like there has been a successful shot. I did see a torpedo on the other side of the open gate drifting up.
Yep.
Now let's see for the closed gate. And it's gone through the upper hole as well. Fantastic. And we can see, as you said, those torpedoes with the air captured internally floating on up to the surface. Nice environmentally conscious of you to let us easily retrieve.
Yeah, gotta be besties with the divers, so don't want to give them too much trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. They appreciate that. So now it looks like we are moving back to engage the chevrons.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Actually, I think I was thrown off by the camera, but we're going down for those bins.
Yeah, my bad. So the way it's gonna go is we've had this pinger switch. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna go attempt the bins task, and once that's done, we're gonna head over to the octagon again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to attempt the hardest task.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so now your vehicle is going down, it's finding these bins.
Yep, that's right.
And so now it's going to try to interact with that handle. So what type of work has the actuation team done to move this handle off of the bin?
Okay, so the way it works is we've got a claw on board, which is pretty much the same as last year. And yeah, the lid has been taken off.
You have gotten the lid.
Yep.
Moving it off to the side.
Yep, that's right.
It's now dropped and free. Fantastic.
Yep. We've got a compliant grabber so that if it gets unstuck gets stuck somewhere other than the lid, it doesn't stall the stepper and put load onto our actuation board.
That's a really nice resiliency piece there. Some forward thinking, creative solutions.
Yep. I think it's more of all the failures from the testing that have brought us to this design, but yeah.
The old Edison line, he didn't learn how to make a light bulb, he learned 9,999 ways not to make one first.
That's right, yeah.
Looks like another lid has successfully been picked up by that compliant grabber.
You can see the grabber moving.
Mm-hmm. Reminded me of the, claw machines.
Yeah, actually the design visually is quite similar. But we've fine-tuned it for the lids so that it works best. Yep.
Fantastic. So now as we see the vehicle looking to drop the markers.
Yep, that's right.
So now, as this vehicle is making its way through the Transdeck facility here at NIWC, what type of differences have you encountered? Now you've competed in, Bumblebee has competed in, of course, a RoboSub in Maryland, a RoboSub at NIWC. You've competed in robotics events. What do you see as something at Transdeck that maybe sticks out from the other competitions?
So I think mainly we test in a pool, which is a normal university pool that doesn't go too deep, doesn't go as deep as 5 meters even. So I think one of the challenges is like the visibility is a lot different. We're lucky that the visibility here is not too bad, but it's definitely a different environment from working in a pool. The deployment is a lot different as well. So we've got deployment plans and we've got roles assigned to help that as well. Whereas the logistics for a pool is a lot different. And obviously our sensors are working harder in an environment like Transdeck than at a pool. Yep.
Yeah. And I wonder, I'm curious how the acoustics works for your team here. I think you guys were hard at work last year with your music algorithm in that pool at Maryland with just those sheer walls. All these types of multipathing and reflection. Now, Transdeck is designed to be an acoustic test environment, but it's very, have you seen any impact there for your acoustic sensor?
So we have a pretty similar algorithm as last year, and yes, I think Transdeck is designed for acoustics to work a lot better. So we had one guy who was just crunching away at the acoustics. We had some trouble with our hydrophones here and there, but we're always planning for spares, so that wasn't too much of an issue.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we've got them working, I think, for this round. Yeah.
And now it looks like 4.1 is back at those octagons and ready to engage with the chevrons.
Yep, that's right. This is the most nerve-wracking part.
Oh, yeah. I think you might hear a collective gasp if it gets one of those from the audience. Everybody's waiting with bated breath right now.
I'm gonna tell you straight. I think the rest of our team is waiting with their breath held as well.
So now, a lot of the rest of the movements from 4.1 have been quick, decisive. Now it really looks like it's taking its time here. What decision making is going on?
So essentially, it's just trying to align to the chevrons and go down and descend to collect them. Yeah, sometimes the aligning takes longer, and we want to make sure that we get the chevrons correctly. And obviously, we've used segmentation, so it's looking at the orientation and such as well. Yeah, our suction is also not mounted at the center, so yeah, it probably plays into the aligning that it has to do.
Moving itself just to, you don't want to center the vehicle on the chevron, of course. You want to center the suction cup on the chevron.
That's correct.
Now, so there's 4 that are available, right? So there's a bit of a randomness to this task. How do you decide which one to go after first? Or do you?
I don't think that. I believe there's the way that it goes is it aligns to one of the chevrons and picks it up. Yeah. So I don't think that there's a particular strategy on which one to go to first. Yeah.
Sure. It says, hey, here are the chevrons that I see, and there's probably some array that those locations are in whatever order that array gets populated, you just go after it in that order.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. So you don't get a vehicle that performs at this level without overcoming problems along the way. So how has your team, is there anything specifically that you can think of that you had to come up with a creative solution to figure out?
Well, it's related to this task right here. It's the suction cup. We actually had a whole other design right before we landed San Diego. We had a gripper design that used a peristaltic pump, but when it didn't have enough time for integration because building over the semester takes time, and the person designing has to juggle a lot of things. So we were hitting it quite close to the deadline. But when we came here, we realized that it puts a lot of load on our actuation board, which would compromise the vehicle's ability to do the other tasks. So it was a very difficult decision, but we decided to scrap the peristaltic pump and start a completely new design. So this suction cup has actually been iterated on and produced in San Diego.
Wow.
Yeah, so definitely one of the hardest ones to do. Making it easy to deploy and not interfere with, say, the grabber task or any of the other bottom-facing tasks was definitely a challenge for our mechanical team. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really that complete systems integration piece where you can't just make one thing in a vacuum. It has to not interfere with the rest of the systems that have been so expertly designed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And so now you said that you're iterating on that in San Diego.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, well, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm guessing you did not bring a machine shop with you, but you have some 3D printing capabilities.
Yeah, we've got a 3D printing guy who has helped us a lot. He set up 2 printers for us, and it's definitely helped us do all of the fixes here in San Diego and continue iterating on the suction cup. Yeah.
Very cool. Do you have a particular filament, or do you think your 3D printer guy, does he have a particular filament that he prefers?
So we use PLA for the most part because it's easy to use.
So I believe that is time. A fantastic run from AUV 4.1, and congratulations
Thank you
on
so
another
much.
great competition.
Thank you.
Yeah. But before you go,
oh yeah,
anybody that you would like to thank or any shout outs for back home?
Oh, yeah. We've got a 30-member team, and so every one of them has worked real hard on this vehicle for many, many years, even the seniors. So we've had this vehicle for a really long time. Definitely want to thank them. And also our sponsors definitely couldn't have gotten here with all of their support. A lot of our sensors, our manufacturing, our PCBs. We've got lovely sponsors that believe in us and have brought us here. And our faculty at NUS that continues to support us. So yeah, those are some of the people we'd like to thank. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Have a great afternoon and some well-deserved rest coming up, I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
How's it going, fellas?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. We got two folks here from the University of Maryland. You're gonna have to remind me your names, but I do remember you from last year's competition. Welcome to the booth. What do you got?
Yeah, so I'm Josh. I am a graduating senior, and I do a lot of the software work.
I'm Dylan. I'm vice president. I do the mechanical team work alongside Manny.
Yeah, cool. Well, welcome to TransDeck, and welcome to RoboSub 2023. More importantly, welcome to the finals.
Yes.
So you guys are our first of two wild card spots, and I think, just a hotbed of activity over on that side of the course today. Tell us about that wild card entry slot.
Yeah, sure. So in our semifinal run, we were able to get the gate full style points in a single buoy hit. We realized once we heard the cutoff was 2,000, that wasn't going to be enough to get us through the wildcard slot. So overnight, we added a second buoy hit, and we also made our best attempt at the surfacing task, but it was very unsure at the time. It worked out in the semifinals, and we're hoping it works here.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes, sometimes you got to let go and let the vehicle just take the wheel, right?
Yeah.
So one of the big questions that we're really curious about is how this competition has impacted your engineering education. Mm-hmm. And as returning competitors, it's not just this week that you're here, it's the other 51 weeks out of the year, and it's also everything that you've done in the years leading up to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I've always, told new members we're recruiting and stuff, your classes will do a great job of teaching you the theory, getting you the math behind everything. But there's a whole suite of challenges that you only see at the application level, and often your classes will leave you a bit short of that, right? And so doing these extracurricular things like RoboSub is a great way to supplement that, and it really makes you both a practitioner and engineer, but you also in your classes get the theory, right? So we've even had research labs that have the best theorists in the world reach out to us about how we engineer some of the things on our robots so that they could apply that to their research as well.
Fantastic. And there's only, I don't know that a classroom setting will ever be able to describe how frustrating it is to strip out a hex bolt. Right, the first time that you over-tighten it and you realize. So those are the types of experiences that I think that this event is really all about. And so it's glad that you guys are able to experience that.
Yep.
Now, you said that you have, on the high end, of course, you have companies and organizations that are reaching out to how you solve some problems on your vehicles and robots. What are some of those solutions that you came up with?
Yeah, so at UMD, there's a team working on an autonomous ROV for oyster bed detection in the Chesapeake Bay. Mm-hmm. And so they want to mark those beds autonomously with a submarine so those can be marked as protected areas. But
protected for you guys to eat the oysters.
Yes.
It's a little self-serving. No.
Yeah. But yeah, so on the robot currently, they have a monocular camera where they, I think, bought a waterproof enclosure for it. Mm-hmm. But they saw that on our robot, we had custom engineered a waterproof enclosure for our Z stereo camera.
Yep.
And that was something they thought having a stereo camera for the oyster bed detection would be super valuable. And they wanted our help in helping them engineer an enclosure for themselves to implement that on their robot.
Fantastic. Really cool stuff. So now the vehicle is getting into the water. What's your vehicle? Everybody, their robot has got to have a name. So what do you call yours?
Yes, so we call our robot Cubo. It's Somali for turtle, and it also has cube in the name because our robot looks a lot like a cube.
Okay. I can't help but think of the Pokemon from the original 151. It's we've spoken with some of the teams about anti-gremlin devices and AGDs, right? You want to have something to make sure that all the code gremlins that show up in our software overnight get scared away. Maybe a little Cubone figurine could be that for you guys.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So what are you going after? Tell me about what your strategy is.
So our overall competition strategy is to first go through the gate on a specific side and then do the yaw 8 times for style. And after that, we're going to go for the buoy and go for 2 corners, which will guarantee us 1 hit on the side that we choose on the gate, as well as a potential miss. From there, we tend to try to get to the octagon. What we call around Maryland is a fearless idea, where we hope to follow the wall all the way around, and we're using that, since we don't have a sonar system currently on our robot, to navigate to the octagon.
I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them. So we have seen, right now we've kind of got this ideal San Diego weather where it's beautiful and it's relatively bright out, but the sun is behind a cloud itself. So, but we've seen everything from full cloud cover and, the marine layer rolling in thick to full sunlight. Now, how have your systems been able to adapt to that type of variability?
Yeah, so we have 3 main methods for our computer vision system on the robot. For our main object detection, we use a YOLO machine learning model. And when we train that, we added extensive color, saturation, and brightness augmentation so that it should be robust to changes in light and cloud cover and things like that. On the other hand, the surfacing task was something we added at competition. We didn't have time to collect all the training images, so we had to do a traditional OpenCV computer vision detector for that. And all of the days that we collected downward camera images for testing were extremely sunny. And then on our implementation days, it was very cloudy. So we are a bit worried about how well that will work, but we'll see what happens at the surfacing task.
Okay. We've got we'll be holding our breath for that one.
Yes.
But as Cubone holds it and tries to get some air at the surface. Right, and so now we are seeing the rotations, I believe, and it is going through the right side of the gate, which I believe is the Abydos pass. So you've decided to go into the stars and leave Earth for your competition circuit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so now we're going to try to hit 2 different buoys. Yeah. We'll likely get 1 correct and 1 incorrect for a consistent 900, or at least that's what we're aiming for.
Yeah. No, so that's this is one of those creative solutions where we tell you guys what you need to do, not how you're going to do it, and you make those decisions for, hey, how can we get the most points without risking points, right? Because it's a good point. If you guess for the 2 diagonal and you're wrong, you're not going to get those. So how do you come to that decision?
Yeah, so we, after the gate, after the style points, a lot of it, it's such a rush in competition to get as many points as you can, right? And so we decided to reduce variability and go with something safe. Another example is we actually have an electrically and mechanically integrated torpedo shooter, and it's on Cubo currently. but on the software things, we couldn't quite get the depth control for aiming just right. And in one of our semifinal runs, the depth control for the torpedo shooter actually surfaced the vehicle, ending the run and forfeiting any possible points we could have gotten in the surfacing task. And so for this run, we actually removed the torpedo task in a similar vein to try to get some safer points.
Yeah. All right, and it does look like there is a second contact of the vehicle. Of course, non-attributional. My opinion means nothing. I'm just here to talk to you guys and have a good time. So you've gotten 2 contact points, though. So now you've taken away the torpedo launcher, and so now we're going to follow the wall to make it over to the octagon.
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay, it's these are the real hours right now, right?
Yes, and I'd like to say, if you're a viewer of the live stream watching back the recording, now would be a great time to put your playback speed on 2x, because we do not have a very fast robot.
Yeah.
So if you're watching it live with us now, just bear with us. This might be a bit, but hopefully we get some surface points at the end.
Very considerate.
We call it turtle for a reason.
Nice. Consideration is next level and top tier. So that'll give us some time to kind of speak about what challenges you guys have had as a club making it out here, right? You know, going from, hey, it's at University of Maryland, right? It's the logistics there. You know, you don't have to, it's not that big. It's still a lift, but now you're traveling all the way cross country, bringing your vehicle cross country. What type of things did you encounter?
Yeah, so it was an incredible challenge logistically, going from having to walk out your front door to going all the way across the country. Having it at Maryland last year was actually incredible for the club because we were able to learn so much about the competition while being able to focus on our technical points rather than focusing on logistics and having the access to what tools at what time. I was in charge of most of the logistics this year, and I was able to work with some great people in our business management office for University of Maryland, and they were amazing, helped me get everything in line, helped us get everything sorted. And from there, we shipped our robot on FedEx ground. It was our most cost-effective solution, but it was also a very risky maneuver, you know, taking a truck across the whole country, can lead to some problems, and we did actually end up having a ground power lift from our PCB, so we had to make a quick fix in our hotel. Shout out to our electrical team for fixing that on such an amazing time.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to them. And yeah, it's been logistically a challenge, but we're so happy to be here.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it really, you know, I think you see different problems. And there's even parts where finding those creative solutions to what comes up during competition as well. So is there, you had this power issue that happened in shipping and you fixed it on site. What types of other things did you encounter being here? You know, it's 12, 14-hour days, 6 days straight. Sometimes it can get pretty hot. How'd you deal with just the nature of the competition itself?
Yeah, you're right. Something different about this year was the amount of hours that we would put in to not only get the robot functioning, but to also add different challenges, different tasks to get more points. We would go all day and then get dinner, and then it was overnight pool testing. And then it was coding all night. And that was an extreme challenge for us to not only get sleep at night, but also get the robot functioning. It was a big challenge for us, but we were able to overcome it by keeping our spirits up. We always have a little bit of enthusiasm going, even when our ground is lifting and our robot isn't working.
Yeah.
We were able to find some time to explore San Diego a little bit, and it was very exciting.
Our hotel also had a Monster energy drink vending machine, and that was pretty essential in the software team getting everything done. So I'd like to shout out to the Dana on Mission Bay for having that for us.
The Monster hookup.
Yes.
Got it. Now, it does look like like Cubo is making it. Okay, so it has surfaced outside of the octagon. looked like it was close to the right direction, but it was on the right track at least.
Yeah, so we'll have to look back at the log files. Like we said, the surfacing detection was pretty sensitive to the exposure in the camera.
Yeah.
And so I would guess that maybe it got a false detection a bit early, but that's completely fine. You know?
Yeah.
We're happy to have made it to the finals. That was a big step for our club. So
it's, you know, the navigation around the wall, you know, it's there's this eyeball shaped pool, and following that curve, you know, you're able to make it all the way from here to the other side. And so that alone is a nice navigational feather to put into your cap.
yeah, one really interesting thing I found about the wall here is that, from what I understand, they engineered the wall to be indetectable by active sonar for the, to get your depth from the wall with a sonar device. But the texture of the wall is actually speckled black and pretty much the ideal surface for stereo matching and stereo depth. So it's actually probably the most reliable depth estimation in our whole run is along the wall of the pool.
It's always wonderful to hear the creative ways that the pool gets used, right? Because there are some features to it that are, you know, it's biological, right? And at Maryland, we were talking about how there's that checkerboard pattern in the bottom of that pool, and it's, you know, it's pretty easy to know what the size of those tiles are, and hey, is there a team that's going to use that to navigate through that grid? Well, lo and behold, University of Maryland team comes out to Niagara Pacific, and you're using our pool and the features on it to navigate. Very cool.
Yeah, we most of our testing was in either that Epley pool last year or in the neutral buoyancy lab this year. The water was very clear, it was very nice, and we had in the past just used hand-engineered OpenCV detectors to detect everything, and that seemed to work well enough. On our first day of testing here, we looked back at our images, and our computer vision team decided we didn't think we could make a reliable OpenCV detector, so we quickly made the switch to a machine learning system and got it up and running just in time for semifinals. So the gate and buoy working were a result of that effort, so I'm pretty proud of our computer vision team for getting an accurate machine learning detector together in time.
That's truly amazing, and I think you know, if there's an upgrade on the plane ride back home, I think, you know, those guys aren't that one, or gals. I don't know.
I wouldn't say the people that did that should get the upgraded seats. I think the two mechanical members that spent 12 hours labeling images should get those plane seats.
All right, well, this is the guy that got us to this point, so that's why he's saying that.
There we go. So is it your computer, your machine learning algorithm?
So it is me and one other team member, Ishan, who worked on the YOLO model.
Yeah.
And it was Dylan here and one other mechanical member that did about 50% of the labeling. Then the rest of our team also pitched in a few hours as well. So thanks to all the people for doing that and sacrificing some sleep.
The labeling team are the unsung heroes of machine learning for sure.
Yes.
And so big shout out to the group effort on that.
We'd also like to thank all the teams that did data sharing. Yeah. So there was a number of data sets we pulled from for our initial trained model, and that allowed us to train a reliable model later based off of only about 2,000 to 2,500 images.
Big shout out to the collaboration there.
Yes.
and that data share. It's one of those things that, I mean, we keep on saying it, but it's the cooperation here. I think I butchered that, but lack of sleep hits everybody.
Yes.
But that it's, you know, I think that the stress and, you know, the pressure, a lot of it, it's of course, everybody wants to do well. We want you to do well, and we want to see that. But the culture of RoboNation, and I hope the culture at NIWIC too, has done a great job of reducing some of that and making this more, you know, it's not about the 20 minutes in the water. It's about the year of work and learning and development that you guys have done. And so We're seeing some spinning going on right now.
Yeah, in terms of cooperation, early in the year, or early in the competition, we had a PCB failure, and we did not have all the tools we really think we needed to fix it. We were actually able to borrow a sort of jewelry making monocle from Sonia, and we also got solder paste from Ohio State. So without those generous teams, we probably couldn't even be moving right now. So I really love the cooperative culture at this competition.
Shout out Sonia and the Ohio State. Be careful. You got to say the.
My bad.
No comment. Let you know. No, they don't. They won't. They're very nice. I just like saying that because I think it's funny. So now this jewelry monocle.
Yes.
I don't think that there's anything to be said about it other than I wish I saw it looking like Uncle Pennybags from Monopoly, maybe. Yeah. So, what type of information would you want to pass on to the next generation of folks on your team, and even beyond that, to maybe some other team that is looking to get a RoboSub club and vehicle started?
Something that I think we can all learn from is the coronavirus pandemic. Keeping clubs going, even when vitamin bottles are spilling and, we're facing big challenges such as working remotely on a robot that you can't touch. That was a big challenge for, I'm sure, every team. And something that we learned is the importance of documentation, planning for the next generation of RoboSubbers. Something that we're doing personally is working on a freshman orientation program where we can have any new member come in, and if they're interested in robotics but don't have the experience, they can actually work on building their own catamaran through lessons and tutorials that we make. And we're hoping to basically expand our kind of our mission to more than just being a competitive team, but also being educational and being useful to everyone at the University of Maryland. And that's extremely valuable to almost every team here. I would implore every team to invest early into the members that still have 4 years left at college, even if they haven't even taken an intro to engineering class. They're going to be invaluable if you keep them interested and you take the time to mentor them and to help them learn the skills that they need to be a good RoboSubber, because then they'll be with the club for 3 more years. And we have a member that is going to be a rising sophomore who actually did most of our YOLO modeling. So now we have that guy for the next 3 years, able to improve on that and keep the club going. And so I just implore everyone to focus on how you're going to pass down information through thorough documentation, but more importantly, how you're going to spread the word of robotics and grow your club not only competitively, but also educationally.
Yeah. No, that's really what it's about, is keeping the communication throughout the team with the next generation while you still have this generation engaged. Super important. Now, it does look like the sub is coming back after some interaction with that gate. I believe your time has run out, but fantastic runs. Really great to see you guys in the water.
Thank you so much.
And glad you came and made it into the finals. Any last shout outs that you'd like to give, or thank yous to the folks back home?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to everybody who has spent time at RAM working with a club that has had some growing pains, and we've been learning together so much, and I appreciate every single member that's taken the time out of their day to come to a meeting. I also would like to thank all of our sponsors. The Maryland Robotics Center has provided us a brand new robotics space. Dr. Aiken at the Space Systems Lab at Maryland gives us a pool that we can test with any time, which has been super helpful for our implementation. Thank you to our business center at the university, mainly Kristen Little, who's helped me with all the logistics. Thank you to our newer sponsors, such as the Mechanical Engineering Department, who is helping us get new faculty advisors to mentor our younger members. And thank you to everyone watching. And of course, thank you to the RoboSub community for making this so possible, which is just an incredible competition. And we're all very grateful for this.
Awesome. With that, great job, University of Maryland, and get some well-deserved rest after a successful competition.
Thank you.
Hi, Travis.
Hi, Bill.
I got a question for you.
What do you got?
What goes great with autonomous robotics competitions?
You tell me.
Pizza.
Sure does.
And do you know what is ready to eat right now?
What's that?
Pizza.
Pizza?
All teams on site,
Who
the
can have
pizza,
the pizza?
is ready to be eaten.
Okay.
For the last team, you feel free to walk over to where the test pools are at the pizza line and grab a slice of pizza. And that way you can enjoy watching the last team run while they eat some pizza. Sound good?
Who's better than you?
Say what?
I said, who's better than you?
Nobody.
That's right.
But anyway, I believe we're getting the next team ready. But yes, we wanted to make the announcement for everyone on site. The pizza is ready. Please walk, don't run, and enjoy some pizza. Now, Travis, are you an Hawaiian pizza person or are you anti-Hawaiian pizza?
I'm from New York. And my people, there's no pineapple, there's no ham.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm hashtag Team Pineapple. All right, let's see if the next team's ready to come on deck. Well, apparently Travis couldn't wait to get the pizza, so it'll be me talking for a little while. And who am I sitting here with? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am Sean from AV Bots from Amador Valley High School.
Wow. Okay, well, we are now currently executing the last wildcard slot, which means you guys actually earned this slot today. So I'm kind of curious what led up to earning the slot today and not the day before.
Yeah, it was a tough battle from the beginning. Everything seemed to be working at the beginning of the week, but some things started to fail. But and at the beginning, the first run that we had, we ended up having to hard code going into the gate for our semifinals run, and the rest we just weren't able to get the sub moving. And we managed to come in for our third try and do well.
Wow. And it sounded like you had a very impressive third chance run today. So
Yeah.
is it a matter of just fixing some problems and the stars aligned?
I really think we just had a bunch of issues that kind of popped up out of nowhere, and we were just battling, and we finally managed to get them all resolved and let our software team just work and do what they do best.
Okay. If you remember, I gave you all the team some inspiration during the orientation. I said a quote at the very beginning. Do you remember what my quote was?
Yeah.
What was it?
Software is going to win you the competition, and hardware is going to lose it.
So what do you think? Is that an accurate quote now that you've learned?
Definitely, yeah. At the beginning, it was just really tough. We had so many things that just went wrong. We just didn't think it could get worse. And talented team of young engineers managed to just pull it off, spend time, get very little sleep, and finally managed to be in the finals.
All right. Well, like I also said in orientation, in my opinion, the best thing you can take away from this competition is not the trophy, although it is nice. It's the lessons you've learned. So now that you've sort of learned those lessons, what words of wisdom would you give potential future teams, or would you give your own team when you get back?
I think it's just teamwork and having everybody cooperating and just involving as many people as you can, because we all know that we all share this love for engineering, and it's important to get as many people involved so that we can have many successful engineers in the future.
Okay. Well, Travis is back with his slice of pizza, so I'm going to hand the microphone back to him. It was fun talking to you, Sean.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Bill. Bill continues his position of steward of robotics and roboticists. So Sean, welcome, and catch me up. So you're here now, Amador Valley. You guys were second place last year. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, you are.
And so now you're here, and you made it to finals in a wild card slot, and I heard you had a heck of a showing.
Yeah.
Tell me about that wild card slot.
We really had to battle for it. It was tough all the way from the beginning. As I said before, we had zeros in some of our semifinal runs. Like the first one, we had to hard code it and only got around 250 points, and just barely enough to make it through the gate. And the rest, we just had so many thruster issues.
Yeah, so it really goes back to what Bill has been speaking about all week long, right? It rings because it's true. Software wins these competition, and hardware loses it.
Yeah.
So how did you overcome those thruster issues that you encountered?
I think it was just a matter of having backups. We did a really good job of packing. We had to drive down here. We packed like a couple of days in advance and made sure we ordered lots of backups and lots of spares, so that when in the event that we couldn't solve a problem, we had to just replace something. And we were able to do that pretty quickly and squeezed in just enough time for our software team to just do their magic.
Yeah, there's the wisdom of 2 is 1 and 1 is none when it comes to parts and spares. Now, good on you guys for thinking ahead.
Yeah.
So I know you and Bill were speaking about what you would pass on to the next generation, but now my question is, and if he asked this, let me know too, how has the RoboSub competition impacted your engineering education?
I really just think it's great because we got to basically see a lot of other fellow engineers. At high school, there's not many people who are certain in their journey to college. But over here, we see that there are so many engineers. They all love what they love to do. And the RoboNation community has really helped us out and have been able to just provide an amazing community for us to just be able to do what we do and do some engineering.
And I have to say, consider me impressed. I have to keep on reminding myself, this is a high school team. I'm speaking to, you're in high school right now. You're a senior?
Yeah.
In college. You're joking me, right?
Yeah, I'm a senior in high school and I'm going to college, yeah.
Awesome. So, but no, you're very well spoken, and clearly your team has figured out how to operate at a high level from a young age. And so looking forward to seeing what all of you guys and gals do in your future college efforts and beyond. So where are you going next year?
I'm going to CU Boulder in Colorado.
Yeah, awesome. And so, we don't see a CU Boulder team here.
Yeah.
And so, maybe we will with you at the helm.
I'm really thinking of it, starting a RoboSub team in CU Boulder.
Awesome. Cool. We look forward to it. So, with this, so much of this competition is logistics, systems engineering, and it's everything else, right? If you have an hour time slot for in the water or a half an hour time slot, it might take you, obviously it's condensed now, but it's hours, days, weeks that could go in to that test. Now, how were you able to navigate that, and how was your team able to navigate that while still being in high school?
It was great. We had a lot of time during the summer, and during the school year, not so much. We do meet once every week during the school year, and over the summer, we spend almost our entire day doing robotics alone, and testing and debugging and just working on our sub. And at comp, it's just been a lot of debugging, just lots of problems that came up, and the pool tests here in Transdeck, the time slots, they really come by fast. Like when we started, we were like, we'd check our watch and we'd be like, it's already time for our time slot, and we haven't really gotten that much done, and it's a battle to be productive. But our team is really strong, and they really know how to overcome all these challenges, and we managed to really pull through and make use of those last few time slots that we had.
Yeah, proof positive, sitting here now. What was, is there something that that sticks out from just a collaboration standpoint? You know, so much of the environment here is there's folks working together to crack these super difficult problems. And did you have any experiences with that over the course of the week?
Yeah, some of the issues that we had, they just required like all the divisions. So it required electrical, software, and mechanical, and we were staying up really late, and we'd have a bunch of people crouched over the table just trying to figure stuff out, having discussions about what we can do to fix things, what we should order, maybe some last minute tests, what we should do. It's a lot of logistics, and I really like how we planned everything out, and we really thought about what we could do, even facing these very difficult challenges.
Yeah. So what do you think is, if there's one algorithm or component on your vehicle and on your team's vehicle that you're really, really proud of, what do you think that one would be?
I'd really have to think about that. I'd say probably just, you know, it's not really very thought of when you think about a component on the sub, but I really think our software is really important. Our software team has been really resilient. Like I said, the software wins the competition for you, and even faced with these mechanical issues, they've been giving such a small amount of time to just do the work they do, and they were amazing, and they were able to just produce such an amazing, such an amazing program and plan for this sub through the competition.
So my background, you know, during my competition days, I competed in a handful of robo boats and a couple of robot X's, and I was a software person on that team as well. And I love it, right? Because there's all these different types of software engineers, and nothing against any of the other ones, but for me, the fact that I could type some code into my laptop, which is really just fancy sand. That's all the CPU is. It's sand that we superheated, and it aligned in a certain way. And now that CPU is making these robots move autonomously and intelligently underwater. The fact that, you know, software is just a piece of that puzzle, of course, but that's always what got me excited about it. It sounds like your software team is excited about that too.
Yeah. Being on the electrical side of things, it looks like magic to me how they manage to they can just type some code and they can get things to run perfectly.
And it's funny, on the software side, the electrical side always felt like magic to me. You know, that's the one where, hey, I'm typing code, like I can see what's happening, but once you start, you know, trying to trace where the current is flowing and where's your noise coming from in an electrical circuit, oof, tricky stuff.
Yeah, it is tough.
Yeah. And now it looks like your vehicle is underway, it's submerged and departed from the dock. So what's your sub's name?
So our sub name is Marlin.
Marlin. Fantastic. Any meaning to it, or just a majestic animal that you want to honor?
It is a majestic animal. It's a beautiful fish it's a beautiful fish that we decided to name our sub after.
Okay. And it is through the gate, gone through the Abydos gate, as far as I could see. It is now doing its pirouette and spinning for those style points.
Yep. As expected.
And I know we keep saying it, but big thank you to the NIWC Pacific Dive Locker and all of the divers that have supported this event from just across the military. And we can see them now pointing the direction of the sub, so we can see where Marlin is headed towards. It looks like he's headed perhaps to that buoy to maybe interact with these glyphs. Coming up on the screen right now. So now, what's the vehicle's approach to this challenge?
It's mainly just we decided we weren't gonna hit all of them because I know that does give bonus points. We were just gonna hit the 2 that we are assigned.
Very cool. So you should be going after the top right and the bottom left. Very cool. And so you're using some type of machine learning on this. Did I hear you throw out YOLO?
Yeah, I think we're using YOLO V8.
Okay, V8. All right, cutting edge. Now, have you seen any? And we see one contact there. Now, have you seen? Sometimes when you're on. To quote the great Linus Sebastian of Linus Tech Tips, when you're on the cutting edge, the problem is you get cut, right? So with working with YOLO V8, which is the latest and greatest, have you encountered any difficulties there with integration?
Actually, we haven't. It's actually worked very well with us because we actually are not required to use a GPU for our processing. We actually only need to use a CPU.
So you're running YOLO on your CPU, and how many frames per second are you able to get?
I'm not sure, but according to the software team, it works really well.
Very cool, very cool. Now, what type of hardware are you using on your bow? What CPU is that running on?
So we are using a Jetson.
Yeah, cool. Which one?
Orin.
Orin, nice, very nice, fantastic module that Orin has. And so now that we have completed the buoy challenge, so where's the vehicle going to next?
It looks like it's going to be going to our torpedo board.
Very cool. And now that is up on the screen. And so will you shoot 1 torpedo or 2 torpedoes?
We're looking to shoot 2 torpedoes today.
Very cool. Nice. Going to go for both.
Yep.
Very cool. So that torpedo, their teams have had a couple of different solutions to firing that shape. Now, how does your team go about doing it?
Yeah, so we decided we were going to 3D print a torpedo mount. It's going to basically has a spring, so 2 springs for our 2 torpedoes, and then it has a latch that's able to release that spring, or release the torpedo being shot by the spring.
Very nice. Nice mechanical mechanism and a just actuated latch. That'll do the trick.
Yep.
So I've been kind of asking a lot of folks behind the scenes, and I don't think that we've recorded this, but you guys were kind of the inspiration to the question, which is, and I'm seeing it again and again with the finals teams, which is there is, if you were to graph how many advanced components and algorithms there are in the vehicle and what the performance of that system is, I think that you need to be pretty sophisticated to do well, but I think that you hit a certain point where if you have too many advanced things, you start seeing not just diminishing returns, but just worse returns, because now there's too much to keep track of. And so then there's probably a few on the top end that where you've got a bunch of good stuff and it's doing well, but what do you think about the philosophy of keeping it simple and not overextending?
I think it's an amazing philosophy. That really hit us hard this year, especially during the first few weeks. That was mainly one of our issues. We were having some problems. We were using a really advanced signal protocol that we just really didn't think we could. We thought we could pull it off, but it was very difficult to debug.
Yeah.
And we switched to a more simple protocol, and it seemed to work well. And that's what we're using now.
Team's getting fired up right now. I think that you might have just successfully launched a torpedo and maybe even through the bottom Stargate. Now let's see if we can see it go through the top one. And there we go. We can see the torpedo on the backside indicating that it has gone through the closed Stargate. And look at them dropping down after successful launch. Fantastic, and congratulations on that piece.
Thank you.
So now, so you said that there was this protocol that you were debugging. What was it?
So it was the CAN protocol.
The CAN, yeah.
And I do know that it is an industry-leading type of signal protocol, but it's just really difficult for us to debug. And I think PWM ended up working out well for us. It's very simple. We can just probe it with an oscilloscope, and we can just basically get what we need from the oscilloscope, and easy debugging.
I am a big fan of open source, just open communications, and it's kind of along the lines of what you're saying, that the more introspection that you can have to what's going on, just the more knowledge that you can have about how the data is being sent, it allows you to create those robust, reliable solutions, and it sounds like that's what you guys lean towards this year. Cool. So now, are you guys going to... Okay, the team is now informing that we're going to kill the robot, and I guess we'll go back to the dock and go after another run. And that was, it seemed like a great run. And I'm thinking, is the next step, would your terminal run be that plus the breaching the surface in the octagon, or are there other things that you would do as well?
So we're deciding we're going to do dropping balls into the we're going to be dropping balls.
Yeah.
And then we head over to the octagon,
Yeah.
surface in the octagon, and then do our best attempt at the chevrons.
Okay.
Which has been really hitting hard for everyone in this competition so far.
Absolutely. I am not sure that I saw a single... Now, of course, I haven't been watching the feed 24/7, or, however you want to call it, but I'm not sure that I saw a single person engage one of those chevrons. Are you aware of anybody that did?
I am not. It's been really tough for us. We've got it down in the simulator. We are hopeful today, but you never know.
Yeah.
It's really been tough for everyone.
That's one of those things that it really gets to the non-linearities, right?
Mhm.
Where it's such a light component in the water, but it's also got this huge drag interface and all these sharp edges that getting that thing, lifted up, and it's a doozy.
Yeah, I remember spending a whole day just thinking about how we should grab this and how many fingers we should use on the claw to make sure that we can grab this in the most reliable way.
Yeah.
And it's really a tough problem to solve.
So what'd you settle on? You were thinking about it for that time.
So we went through a few iterations, but we settled on doing 2 prongs on both sides, and they both meet at the middle. So we're just going to grab it lengthwise.
Yeah, so 4 claw setup in total? Very cool. Now, do you use that claw for the marker dropper in the challenge with the lid on top of the bins?
Yeah, if we decide to do the bin lids today, we will be using the grabber.
Very cool.
We're still thinking about it.
Yeah. Now, how many members are on your team?
So we have about 40 members on our team.
Yeah.
And about 20 have come to competition.
Wow, fantastic. So, what does it mean? What does it mean to you guys to have, to see this interaction where now, of course, you've got, college applications are already in and done, and you know where you're going, but some of the other team members are a little bit younger, perhaps, and to see this pipeline from, from high school to college to now, we look at NIWIC, and of course, we're interested in providing opportunities and seeing ways that we want to let you know that who we are and where we are and what we're doing, so that as we develop the next generation of talent to support to support the warfighter and the things that we're looking to do, what does having that pipeline laid out. What does that mean to you as a rising engineer?
Yeah, so within the club, our youngest member is about 14, and our oldest is 18. And so we really want to make sure that we're passing down as much knowledge as possible and making sure that everyone can be the best engineer that they can possibly be. So this club has been around for since 1999, so about 24 years. And for a while, we've been like one of the only high school teams.
Yeah.
And we've been told a lot during the competition that we inspired people to come and join this competition and build their own submarine and engineer together.
Yeah.
And I really think that it's all about making sure that everybody can be the best engineer that they were built to be.
Yeah, that's for sure. So when your vehicle and your team goes through a reset process in between runs, are you guys, are you flashing new code on there, or are you just saying, hey, rinse and repeat, do the same thing that we already told you to do, but things might work out different this time?
Definitely we're changing things. We always make sure that when we're testing and debugging that we always change something and try not to change too much, because there's always like a sweet spot between changing too little and changing too much to make sure that you can get the maximum returns out of each run. And it's always usually making sure that all the hardware is good and making sure that we're coding in whatever didn't work for us and reflashing.
Okay, and it looks like there was a bit of contact with the right side of the gate, and the vehicle certainly did go on and hit those spins, but now we're going to bring it back and give it another run. But so even through finals, you're saying that you'll upload a fresh batch?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always about improvement. Again, we were caught off guard by some of the problems we had early on, and we really only gave software like a day to really work on what they need to do, and it was tough, especially for software, because they were really caught off guard, and the electrical and mechanical teams were working overtime to get everything settled and just try and give as much time to software, because again, like you said, software wins the competition.
Darn sure. So there's so many different avenues to go to with robotics and just systems experience. Is there any reason why being near the sea, does that speak to you?
Yeah, it does. We've all been interested in working on our submarine. It's really niche area of engineering, as everything needs to be like watertight. For example, you can't have things loose, and there's really very little room for error, and everything needs to be planned out perfectly, or else a catastrophic incident can happen.
Totally. I think it's quite certain that still more people have been to the moon than have been to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Right? And it's one of those facts that it's mind-blowing, right? Because it's right here. So, like you said, all those little details, they compound and they build up, and it makes it something that is, quite challenging. And clearly you guys have figured out how to deal and overcome with some of those challenges as the vehicle goes through another run, and looks like a clean pass through the gate on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Style points underway as it's spinning around. And now it'll move back. I'm assuming it'll go back to those torpedo challenge. So what's next? You know, it's right now we're in early August. When does school start?
For me, school starts towards the end of August.
Okay.
So pretty soon. As far as the club goes, I think we're going to be either working on a new sub, so in the coming years, because Marlin's, it's been going down for like 6 years now, and the knowledge has been passed down, and we've just been making it better and better and better each year. We've had 3 subs so far. We've had Barracuda, which started in 1999, and then we had Nemo, and now we have Marlin.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get another sub down within the next year or two.
Yeah.
And we could also improve on Marlin quite a bit.
You know, there's so much collaboration that goes on between these teams. Do you think that, you know, as you start your career at CU Boulder, do you think that there would be any interest in remaining part? You know, normally the way it would work, I think, is the college team would mentor the high school team. But you guys are in a unique situation here. And you think there's something to be said about team, your team helping stand up it, AV Bots helping stand up the CU Boulder organization?
I think it's really down to experience and learning, but in college you do learn a lot of things, and that just high school can't provide. Most of the things that we learned in AV Bots was just mainly through like trial and error research and stuff being passed down from the upperclassmen.
Yeah.
And so in college, I don't really know. There's a lot of smart people, and there's always a lot to learn, and nobody's perfect at all.
Yeah. But well said. Certainly a long journey of knowledge seeking and gathering in your future. Now, I think we are in the final few minutes here, and we'll see if I did see some contact with the buoy, and now as we go towards I think I mixed it up before. We went to the buoy first, we made contact with one of the glyphs, and now we'll see what happens at the torpedo challenge and going through those stargates.
Yes.
So in these final moments, is there anybody that you'd like to thank at home? Anybody? And so time has concluded. So it was a fantastic run. But yeah, anybody you would like to thank back home?
I'd like to really thank our team back home. They've really helped us along the way. All of our sponsors that we have. Being a high school team, funding is really difficult, as we don't receive that much funding from the school because it just doesn't really work. And I also want to thank the parents. All the parents have been very supportive. They've helped us throughout this journey, and especially at comp, they're driving us around. They're giving us jelly donuts at 5 a.m. and
oh yeah,
they're really putting in a lot of effort, all for us in our competition.
Well said, and fantastic run. You guys should be very proud of what you've been able to accomplish here this week. And so, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, that's it.
No. Hi, Travis.
Hi, Bill.
So, that was the end of all the performance run of finals. We were about to take a short break. And I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why by asking you a question. Now that you've been on both sides of this competition for many years, both on a team side and on the team that puts on the competition, which side, is there similarities between it? Is one side more fun, one side more stressful?
You know, I think that's I am not going to give a concrete answer on that. The jury is still out. But what I will say is there is a lot of logistics on both sides. This is a systems engineering competition for everybody. It's for the students, it's for the staff, and I think the value on, part of the value for NIWIC now, speaking on this side, is we still have engineers that, need to learn how to interact with a huge event and put something on like this. So I also think that the nice thing about being on this side is that we get to, we win every day, right? Is because we really get to support the teams. And
I agree.
And those highs are pretty high.
So I will say, much like they struggled with their robot, today during the live stream we struggled with playing their videos. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break. The stream will not end, and people on site should stick around and enjoy their pizza. And after the short break, we're going to replay the 2 team videos that we attempted to play, and then we're going to play all the team videos that were in finals. So for all the teams in finals, we are going to play your team video both live and here on site through the Jumbotron. So everyone stick around, enjoy your pizza, and in a few minutes we're going to get those up on the Jumbotron and get them out in the live feed so that everyone can see the team videos for the teams that were in finals.
Sounds like a good pizza plan to me.
All right. That was meant to be a short question, so it was a lead-in.
Okay.
And then you started going long.
My brain fried. I wasn't ready to be asked.
Our journey began in 2011 when enthusiastic students came together to realize a vision to stand at the forefront of technological innovation in the country by making our mark in the niche domain of underwater robotics. We believe in embracing challenges and turning them into opportunities for growth. Throughout the years, we have grown immensely. We have developed advanced algorithms to further our vehicles' capabilities and developed in-house techniques to make our vehicles more cost-effective. We have also worked with industry professionals on multiple occasions to deliver solutions to critical problems in the industry.
But it's not just about building impressive vehicles. Our philosophy goes beyond that. We strive to nurture a scientific temperament in the student community. And through our various sessions, workshops, and outreach activities, we've helped spark curiosity about STEM fields in the hearts of young minds.
The team consists of students and mentors from multidisciplinary streams, right from the first year to the final year of engineering. The team is divided into 4 well-knit groups, which are mechanical, electrical, software, and business subdivisions.
The electrical subdivision has its expertise in electronics, sensor integration, and communication systems. We ensure Matsya's smooth running and real-time signal processing. Our state-of-the-art BMS provides optimal battery health. The electrical architecture consists of 4 custom PCBs which interface multiple sensors with the onboard computer.
The software subdivision puts the A in AUV. We develop and maintain software subsystems that drive Matsya with a focus on controls, navigation, mission planning, and vision, among others. Our expertise enables Matsya to perceive its surroundings, make intelligent decisions, and execute tasks to perfection.
We handle Matsya's robust and efficient structure with expertise in design, fabrication, material selection, waterproofing, and endless renders on ANSYS. The mechanical subdivision ensures our AUV withstands the demanding environment.
We are the face of the team. The business subdivision is responsible for design, marketing, media, public relations, and web. We bring sponsorships, industrial collaborations, and connect the team's internal workings with the outside world. We also conduct outreach events to develop scientific awareness among young minds and showcase our team's prowess at various expos across the country.
Each year after rigorous screening, we welcome a new set of freshmen eager to dive into the world of AUVs into our family. We believe in the power of mentorship and collaboration, and so our seasoned team members take a lot of time to guide and mentor the newbies, ensuring a smooth transition into the team and fostering a culture of continuous learning.
We're starting.
Oh shoot. We're Team Inspiration, a 4th-year RoboSub team consisting of 20 members ranging from high school to college. And we are so excited to be competing back where it all started 4 years ago in sunny San Diego. Oh wait, that's not right. That's better.
We utilize 2 subs to maximize the possibility of earning points and to take advantage of the extended competition runtime. If only one sub surfaces, our time will not be stopped as the other one stays running.
Yo, Jerry!
Yeah.
The team prioritized systems-level thinking and concentrated on scheduling, cost, and performance through frequent team status updates and sub-team integration meetings. These allowed us to consider the necessity and liability of individual software, hardware, and electrical tasks and consider their impact on the overall sub in terms of thermal, space, and other factors while still focusing on critical requirements.
Greg, our vehicle from 2020 served as a powerful test platform for a new software architecture by mimicking Onyx's qualities, such as thruster configuration and size. This allowed us to develop our software quickly and seamlessly transition towards our new competition vehicle.
The electrical team designed a custom PCB to optimize space management by grouping all power supplies together and to enable live battery hot swapping for extended testing and runtime. In addition, the smart controller allows the board to act as a kill switch and intelligently communicate battery and power data to our high-level controller.
Our custom hydrophone system can support 3 external hydrophones for vehicle triangulation against underwater pingers. By implementing independent hardware filtering, we also remove the need for intensive software processing.
This year, we had a massive perception overhaul based off our experience from RobotX. We were able to explore new avenues such as cascade classifiers, machine learning, and motion tracking. From this, we were able to develop an accurate station keeping method and basic navigation, all through the use of just cameras. We also used the data sharing committee's footage for our development and testing process.
I think we should do pre-planned missions 1, 3, and 5.
Like, what would you say to go sequential?
I was just say keep it dynamic.
Yeah, definitely keep it dynamic.
This season, we worked with many professional mentors. For example, we worked closely with mentors from Kenotics to learn in-depth about underwater communication and help a professional.
We have consistently participated in various outreaches, such as teaching at USD or attending conferences, such as the Oceans Conference.
We'd like to give a big thanks to our generous sponsors who have given us great donations, and we'd also like to thank them for supporting us with our 4 pillars: to learn, to share, to innovate, and to inspire. All right, guys, time for a team picture.
So we have the spare ones. Don't stop in the speech. 13 hours ago, a mysterious portal linking to an unknown location was discovered. You are here to discuss the strategy for activating and exploring this portal.
We can't sense it. We don't know where it goes. Well, what about a robot?
I like that.
I'm getting too old for this. What I need to know is, are you up for the task?
Yeah, we can do it. Got the dossier you wanted? This is the admin team.
The admin team supports the other teams focusing on
managing and acquiring funds through sponsorships, grants, and the university.
We hold events for the club, students, as well as the sponsors.
And we focus on logistics such as design documentation, safety, and the competition.
Here's the mechanical team.
Arctos' frame is designed for prototyping subsystems and for easy mounting of new configuration. With 8 thrusters configured for 6 degrees of freedom, the top and front lids are for easy access to the hull internals. There are 3 main subsystems: claw, torpedoes, dropper. The claw for simple and complex manipulation tasks. Spring-loaded torpedo system. And the custom-nose heavy aluminum CNC marker for the dropper challenge.
These guys handle electronics.
The electrical team have been designing all of our boards to control, monitor, and power our sub. Starting with the battery management system, we monitor all 5 of our LiPos, which power both our control board and sensor board. The sensor board monitors the pressure, temperature, and humidity of its internals, and the control board drives all the servos for the actuators on the submarine.
And finally, the coders.
We've designed algorithms to analyze data from our DVL, IMU, cameras, and hydrophones. We send this data to our mission planner, which decides which actions the robot should take. We then send those actions to the path planner and control algorithms that can move the robot around the environment. We can test all of this in our simulator without needing to access the physical robot.
And here's what we've been working on.
Arctos, developed over the last year. Mechanically, it prioritizes modularity with its frame design and its flat surface area hull for heat management. The new claw, torpedoes, and dropper will be applied to competition tasks. Electrically, systems function similar to the previous robot, but there's better battery management, new display screens, improved sonar, and smaller boards. Finally, everything has been overhauled on the software side. Some highlights include a new PID controller, behavior tree, revamped vision pipeline, and of course embedded systems for additional cameras, subsystems, and our new DVL.
Hello everyone, my name is and currently I am the team leader of Brachyduburi. This year we have come with the new version of our robot. This is Brachyduburi 4.0, and this robot has a more capability in the maneuvering, and the software side we have optimized the software part and the circuit sections. This version has all the possible capabilities from the other versions we have made.
Hello, I am Mohammad Mahmoudullah Surab. Currently I am the Vice Team Lead of Brachyduburi. To complete this year RoboSub 2023 task, we will use on rover, which is Duburi 4.0.
I am very proud to know that our students, undergraduate students, they are going to participate in the world, the hardest competition in the world, underwater hardest competition in the world, RoboSub in this year.
Hello, I'm Shantanu Orko and currently I'm working as the co-advisor of Brachyduburi. With the newest version of Brachyduburi and the improved game plan, we think we can make an impact this year.
Hello everyone, I am Naim Hossain Shuikot. Starting off, currently I am working as a project manager of Brachyduburi version 4. This year we are updating and upgrading and come up with a robust and efficient design of Brachyduburi version 4. However, we are also working with our previous mistake and faults. I want to give a big thanks to RoboSub community and see you in San Diego.
So hi there, it's me Nazmul Hakami. I am the sub-team lead of Sensor and Circuit Department. My team developed expert PCB and electronic circuits and interface the sensor.
Hi there, I'm Mahadi, Head of Mechanical and 3D Design of Brachyduburi Duburi. We are the artisans behind the marvelous design of Duburi throughout the ages.
Hello everyone, I'm SM Mainukuri. I'm the sub-team lead of Control and Communications, who are responsible for the AUVs control software.
Hello, I am Shaunak Shahriar. Currently, our team is working to improve the vision system to perform the different tasks of RoboSub 2023. Our team's expertise in computer vision allows the rover to navigate, detect, and analyze the underwater environment with unparalleled precision.
Hello everyone, I'm Sami Abdullah Prapti. I'm the Head of Research and Publication Department.
Hey, I'm Pathaputim Sharkar-Choi, the Head of Operation and Management Sub-Team of Brachyduburi.
Hey there, this is Umama Tasnova Aziz. Being the head of design and outreach team, our team relentlessly works towards bringing Brachyduburi in front of the entire world.
Hi, we are Team Bumblebee, a competition and research team developing autonomous marine systems. I am Titus, the team lead, and together with my friends from various engineering disciplines, we are proud to present our work for RoboSub 2023. For this year, we have upgraded AUV4 to increase its performance with a focus on improving usability.
Hi, I'm Sheng Wei from the Mechanical Sub-Team. The Mechanical team consists of 12 undergraduates, including 4 new members. In order to meet the new competition needs this year, our team has worked on improving our grabber design, including experimenting with a hydraulic-based suction grabber.
Hi, my name is Dimitri and I'm from the Electrical Sub-Team. The Electrical Sub-Team consists of 13 members with 6 new additions this year. The sub-team has been hard at work, doing research and improving the current 4.0 design. This year, we have improved our SBC as well as our GPU, which has resulted in decreased compile times as well as enhanced performance for our machine learning-based applications. Furthermore, we have improved our portable router system, which now allows us to directly see sensor data from the AUV 4.0.
Hi, my name is Amadeus and I'm from the Software Sub-Team. Our 11-strong team works on navigation, perception, and autonomy of our vehicles. For RoboSub this year, we have worked on upgrading and simplifying the programs that we use. We have upgraded our mission planner to allow us to edit it graphically and deliver autonomous capabilities faster. We have also worked on our perception capability to address the edge cases that we encountered in previous years.
Of course, none of this would be possible without guidance from our professors at the National University of Singapore, as well as our sponsors for their financial and technical support. Team Bumblebee has been hard at work over the past year, and we look forward to competing at San Diego for RoboSub 2023. See you there!
Meet Cubo, the primary competition robot of robotics at Maryland. For the past year, our team has worked hard to give new features and upgrading existing ones on Cubo. Let me show you what you can expect to see this coming August in San Diego. Our mechanics team has made new end effectors, including a claw and a torpedo launcher. On the hardware side, our manufacturing team has CNC'd new stands for Cubo. Our electronics team has designed a new power board, which now provides 12-volt star thrusters. It also holds a new IC that manages PWM signals instead of relying on a separate microcontroller. This has greatly simplified our software stack. We've also replaced our old camera with a new Z2i stereo camera that lets Cubo see its environment in a completely new way. That's all for now. We're excited to show you the finished result coming this August.
Hi, we're AV Bots, and this is one of the coolest moments in the history of our club. Not so much for our submarine Marlin though. Going into the finals, 2 of our thrusters were broken, and our microcontroller was held in place with duct tape. Needless to say, it was time for some major upgrades. Let's talk about them.
This year's mechanical subdivision moved towards more simple builds. Our motto, efficiency through simplicity. Take our grabber first example. We had a simple 2-finger, 1-finger, and just 1 servo. Or our ball dropper, a simple teardrop shape with a gravity-based release. Or finally, our torpedoes, which we attempted for the first time this year, which only used a basic spring-based launch. We designed our new frame to encompass our new ESCs enclosures, as well as added modularity for our new external components.
For electrical this year, we have a new sensor stack that uses an STM blue pill to monitor the sub's vitals.
This utilizes a temperature, leak, and battery voltage monitor. We also have a new Nuclei 144 microcontroller board and an STM32 chip for which we have designed a breakout board and additional connections.
This year, we designed a backplane system to streamline motor control for our new flipski ESCs. It was very useful for efficiently testing our thrusters.
We also implemented new components to optimize performance, such as our WaterLink A50 DVL, Navigator AHRS, and Blue Robotics thrusters.
Furthermore, we replaced our submarine's computer with the NVIDIA Jetson, which reduce clutter and have lower power consumption.
This year for software, we focused on implementing the grabbing and shooting tasks inside the simulator because they were tasks that we could not complete last year.
With shooting, we added torpedoes into the simulator along with the corresponding drag. In order to find the appropriate values, we tested torpedo movement and created an alpha drag graph.
I worked on using computer vision to align our submarine with the torpedo board and the buoy using soft paint.
For the DHG task, we used OpenCV to detect the edges of the chevron, enabling us to accurately orient with it in accordance with our grabber.
We also implemented a velocity controller this year for increased improvement for our sub's movement for our shooting and grabbing tasks.
That's Marlin V2 for you. Besides being an upgraded submarine, it is also a product of the memories we've created, the friendships we've built at this club. Good luck everyone, and let's all dunk it at San Diego.
All right, RoboSub. To everyone watching online, thank you for joining the stream. Everyone on site, thank you for sticking around. I would love to thank Nywick for letting us use their gorgeous facility. I would love to thank O&R, our primary sponsor, and I would like to thank all of our sponsors for making this competition happen. I'd also like to thank RoboNation and all the volunteers as well for putting on this competition. Can I get a round of applause for them? Woo! This concludes our stream, which will now be going offline. Those on site, I'm assuming there's something you want to know at some point soon, right? What do you want to know? If I can do 50 push-ups? No, that's not what you want to know. I think you want to know who won. And how are we going to find that out? Well, we're going to have to stick around and give the judges a chance to deliberate. And then we're going to have our award ceremony here on site. So if you'd like to know who won, please stick around. We will have our closing ceremonies where we'll announce the awards for the 2023 RoboSub Competition. Everyone enjoy your pizza. Everyone enjoy not being stressed about their next scheduling slot. Talk to your fellow teams. And we'll be back soon when we have the award ceremony to conclude the 2023 RoboSub Competition.